Somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, so high, so high, so high. Let me run away, no earth to ground control, 'cause I wanna stay somewhere higher than the moon. On the day I'm heaven bound, I ain't ever coming down. I wanna play somewhere higher than farewell wicked earth, so long skies are blue, hello universe, somewhere beyond the moon. Psychedelic satellite, hop aboard and take a flight. I wanna stay somewhere higher than, somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. The atmosphere, well on my way to Mars. Let me disappear somewhere higher than the moon. Climb aboard the rocket ship, pop a pill and take a trip. Don't you wanna play somewhere higher than, somewhere beyond the moon, so high, somewhere beyond the moon, so high, somewhere beyond the moon, so high. Goodbye, goodbye. On the day I'm heaven bound, I ain't ever coming down. I wanna stay faster than light, taking a flight somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, so high, so high, so high.
The snaggiest kitty you've seen in all your days. I eat cat caviar kibble, wear a diamond flea collar, and a that ain't enough to make you holler. My feline tricks will turn night into day. So you think that you can handle dirty mittens? Oh, what expensive game am I to play? I take the cash, the jewels, and leave you all the kittens. I'm packing my bags, and I'll be on my way.
Feel the space between. I can hear your call. Miles and seas divide. I can hear your call through the rain and the snow. I can hear your call. Stray cat lurking my way, wondering when it's gonna begin. Burning inside my brain, out of my mind, gonna give in. Stray cat breaking my heart, staring me down, asking me in. Things better left unsaid, wondering when it's gonna begin. Fill the space between. I can hear your call, miles and seas divide. I can hear your call through the rain and the snow. I can hear your breaking my heart, staring me down, asking me in. Things better left unsaid, wondering when gonna begin. Stray cat pulling my tail, cover my eyes, tying me down.
I've got 8 hairy legs, gonna wrap them around you. Don't be afraid, moving closer down in this cave's roller coaster into my web, into my web. I got 4 pair of eyes to seek out and find you. Here in the dark, I can see you feeling your way. The stench will guide you to your demise, to your demise. Silky threads feel like a snuggle, but getting loose is a struggle. I've wrapped you up like a mummy, gnawing your elbows, sucking your blood, snacking on your toes.
And now, Jinx and Electo awaken to the scent of Psych Cry Red. Whoops. I totally remembered. Shut up. Theft, arson, shooting into sin, corruption, politics that keep us under pin, reckless endangerment, abuse all with a grin, bleed the evil dry and let them flow under your skin, robbery, forgery, a mugging and a spin, vengeful souls surround you and then they call out to me and soon I begin to bleed the evil dry and let them flow under my skin. Welcome to the nice side, a fight you're gonna provide. Welcome to the city run by blood and fucking bona fide. So take a quick grin and let yourself in A city full of blood and full of sin. Bribery, forgery, and mugging and a spin. Vengeful souls surround you and then they call out to me, and soon I begin to bleed the evil dry and let them flow under my skin. You kill them, they die, but mark you with your sin. You kill me, I cry red and come back again. A divine reckoning that's beckoning and threatening. Slash your body up and leave it reddening the ground. You know who it is, it's the nice side jinx. I'm roaming through this neon jungle like a lynx. That enigmatic sphinx, don't answer my riddle wrong or it'll be a blood filling up my drinks. Ironically caught in a front of dishonesty. Every sucker in the city trying to make it front of me, but I'ma let it be and just be me. Ain't nothing better to set me free. Bribery, forgery, and mugging and a spin. Vengeful souls surround you and then they call out to me, and soon I begin to bleed the evil dry and let them flow under my skin. La 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 la. Ha 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 ha. Theft, arsonery, shooting into sin, corruption, politics that keep us under pin, reckless endangerment, abuse all with a grin, bleed the evil dry and let them flow under your skin. A city filled with schemers, some more than misdemeanors, nasty, corrupt leaders, send in all the cleaners. It's time for a bloody horror slash a flick feature, red eyes and a grin in the darkness there to greet ya. Bribery, forgery, a mugging and a spin, vengeful souls surround you and then they call out to me, and soon I begin to bleed the evil dry and let them flow under my skin. You kill them, they die, but mark you with your sin. You kill me, I cry red and come back again. A divine reckoning that's beckoning and threatening. Slash your body up and leave it reddening the ground. You know what it is, it's the vengeance of the jinx. Get justice for the souls, play your veins like pan shrinks. Then a second hits the floor before the last one blinks, and the third and final one becomes my nightcap drink. Stay on the good side of the night side, jinx, or I'll 404 you like bad HTML links. Mental distress and hallucination, gonna need an extended padded room cell, paid vacation. Now I hope that this has been clear enough, though some evil they just don't fear enough. So if you're hearing me hunting ya, any use in your running, now you see my eyes in the dark. You press your back to the wall and try to run from your inevitable fall. La 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 la. Ha 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 ha. Theft, arsonery, shooting and a sin, corruption, politics that keep us under pin, reckless endangerment, abuse all with a grin, bleed all the evil dry and make them pay for their sins. Hello, 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 lackeys. I hope you're all staying happy, staying healthy, staying hydrated on this fine nightside evening. Apologies, I felt like with the vibe that the song was putting off, we needed a bit of electo mode there at the start, but hope you guys are ready for us to get— oh, whoa, I got really freemy for a minute there. Are we good? The powers, the vibes, Monaco's theme goes way too hard. Needed a bit— oh, why is it doing this so much? Is my tracking fucky? Hold on. I don't have any, like, crazy stuff open. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't have, like, any crazy stuff open. One moment. I've got one thing that I can try and do here. Where are you at? I know you're in here somewhere, you son of a bitch. Hold on. Hold on. You gotta go. Sea cleaner, clean my ass. Get out of here. In task. You're getting turned off. Manually. Unplugged. There we go. I don't know why, but Sea Cleaner actually does that fairly often. It makes my shit lag out really weirdly. But, you know, we're here. Oh, and for those of you who with a bit of a keen eye, you may have noticed that we have got ourselves a couple of videos to get down to. And since I'd rather get down to those sooner rather than later, because it's, I think, 3 videos, and a couple of them are about like 30 minutes, we're gonna go ahead and slide into things right away, but I am, of course, as always, keeping an eye on chat for anyone who wants to ask any questions and whatnot. All of these tradition points are kind of like moments for us to, like, I guess I haven't really mentioned it before, but these tradition video points are moments for us to, like, have an opportunity to, like, chat, and you guys can ask me whatever random questions you want to ask. I know you guys do fairly frequently, but I just wanted to clarify. It's kind of like our opportunity to chat before gameplay, if that makes sense. Chillin', watching some cool videos. Alright. Let me slide us in over here real quick. Oh, Jesus. That went down really quick. I'll even bring it down a little further, just so it's not intrusive on the videos. But we get a nice little background tune. As tonight, we're going to be starting off with a good old Mr. Rex video. Now, I don't know how I'm not subscribed to this dude, because I've already seen a few of his videos previously, and they are exceptionally good deep dives into different aspects of D&D and the lore and the multiverse and everything. So this is going to be an interesting video, as we're apparently making our way up through the really high-ranking monsters to quite literally the single strongest monster of all time in D&D. So what the hell that entails, I have no idea. But I have a slight plan here. I know there's only 4 of us here, you know? I know there's only 4 of us here right now. But we'll leave this poll open for a while. But I just want to see real quick whether or not, because this is D&D, and it would be a little difficult for us to go, oh, let's see the strongest monster in D&D and not ask, is this... or no. Is the strongest... because I haven't seen this before. Is the strongest monster in D&D a dragon? Just pure and simple. Is the strongest monster in D&D a dragon? We will start that poll up. And as long as I remember to, I'll close the poll down, like... what's the word for it? Like, my brain is blanking. I'll close it down like halfway, that's the word. I couldn't remember the fucking word for halfway, Jesus. But I'll close it down about halfway through the stream. Because I personally, I'll just say it right now, I don't think it's gonna be a dragon. Cause I know it's in the name, and it's like, haha, D&D, of course it's a dragon, or whatever. You know, but when I think of it, yeah, like the Tarrasque is one that I think of, and if you're gonna classify the Tarrasque as a dragon, then I'm the fucking Queen of England, buddy. I don't think it's happening. But, like, there's literal deities in Dungeons and Dragons, like actual, not exactly stat blocked, but like, there are deities, so I'm assuming like things that don't have stat blocks are not being included. But even then, there's things like nigh god ascendant wizards and shit like Vecna. So I'm really curious, because there's a lot of possibilities here. And like, even just looking at these first few, like Genus Lazi, Elder Titans, like we're dealing with some pretty crazy shit right here at the beginning. Sorry, spoilers for the video we're gonna watch in like 2 seconds here. Alright. Let's get into this.
This is it, the final entry to this series of videos where we talk about the strongest monsters in Dungeons and Dragons. First, we started with monsters ranging from CR 30 to CR 39, a long collection of liches, mages empowered by deities, and green dragons. Then on the next video we covered a series of powerful dragons, finishing with 2 awesome CR40 monsters. And then lastly, in our last episode, we talked about 2 more dragons, a CR40 dragon and then the most powerful named monster in the Forgotten Realms, Daurgothoth, a CR50 Dracolich. All the monsters and powerful people that we covered
but that's
so
just
far
the Forgotten
have names.
Realms.
They exist
not
within the world
D&D
of the Forgotten
entirely.
Realms and appear in either the games, in the novels, or
like, a lot of people forget Forgotten Realms is only the canon that D&D themselves has set, not like all of the side content they've created. It's like their storyline, their campaign.
explicitly mentioned in the lore. There are, however, monsters that are as powerful or even more powerful than those that are not specific to the Forgotten Realms, but do appear in D&D in general. Monsters that are either from other worlds, or monsters that have not been specifically mentioned in the lore, but that we have
Imagine it's just Niv Mizzet, the
I typically do not
Firemind.
cover non-Forgotten Realms content, but it is very possible that these monsters do exist in the world.
For those who didn't know, Magic the Gathering actually did have a expansion in D&D when D&D had the expansion in Magic the Gathering. It was really sick, and there's some really interesting stuff, because I believe it was Ravnica? Or maybe it was before then. I don't know, I'm bad with timelines.
It's just that they haven't
Also,
been
hey Lil, good to
covered
see ya.
yet by any source. What I'm trying to say here is that so far we have covered monsters that could appear in Baldur's Gate 3. The monsters that I'm about to mention now probably won't. That's basically the essence of it. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and end this series by working our way through the strongest monsters that have ever been mentioned in this tabletop game. Genius Loci, CR30 Colossal Ooze. The term Genius Loci comes from classical Roman religion, and it is supposed to refer to the spirit of a place. The easiest way that I could explain it would be, for example, to say, what if the concept of Mother Earth was real, and the
Literally
planet
just a
Earth was actually
sentient
alive in
creature.
the traditional sense? Well, then that creature, that Mother Earth, would be a Genius Loci. Quote, sometimes a section of land...
Oh my god, it just made me think of that weird-ass animation with all the planets. I don't remember what channel made it. It was like a meme joke-like series with a bunch of memes. Maybe it was ASDF and I'm just not remembering it, but there was like planets having birthdays and like other planets like orbiting in the far distance, flipping them off like, fuck you guys.
Landscape itself animates as a single entity. One can appear as a mountain, an isolated valley, a small lake, a deep cavern, a single field, a tiny moon, or an entire plain. End quote.
An entire
Essentially,
plain?
if a mountain gained sentience, you would call it
Like
a Genius
plains?
Loci.
Or
the
a
creature
plane
does not
of
truly
existence?
have an intelligence of its own. Instead, it can enslave a single creature that resides upon it and then use its intelligence and attributes. Like, for example, it can enslave a human that lives upon it and then speak through it. It is said that Genius Loci are spontaneously generated from areas that have remained undisturbed for long eras. Quote, in time, the personality of the place becomes not just a metaphor, but also a fact. End quote. The CR of the creature comes from its ability to shift and move things on the environment it possesses.
What is the CR? I don't see it. Oh, 30.
In order
Jesus.
to attack. If the spirit is possessing a valley, for example, it can move the ground and the trees within it in order to attack. It can open up holes on the ground, or it can enslave monsters and creatures within it and then use them as warriors.
The fact that it's
Elder
categorized as an
Titans,
ooze is kind of
CR30.
crazy.
Specimens
These
of absolute
boys.
perfection. They are the pinnacle of might, ability, mental acuity, and will.
Basically, the Greek Titans. I've dealt with a couple of them. I like to give Kronos a little slicing and dicing whenever I come by, just to make sure he doesn't stick back together anytime soon.
Their form is a mirror to glory. The Titans were the first creation of the gods.
If you didn't know, by the way, I'll give you a bit of information on the Furies and why, in like power scaling and lore capabilities, they're kind of a step beyond even the Greek deities as they're known. The first two primordial gods, or maybe not the first two, but one of the first two. Gaia and Uranus, Mother Earth and Father Sky. Eventually, Gaia had children, many of which were being locked underground by Uranus and keeping them imprisoned and, like, in fear and stuff like that, right? And Gaia didn't like that. She wanted her children to be free to wander the earth, since it was her creation, her essence, essentially. So she had Kronos, one of her eldest children, literally castrate and, literally castrate. It's the only time that Uranus was ever given any, like, physicality, was when Kronos castrated him to prevent him from being able to, embrace Gaia nightly. Not even necessarily in a sexual way either. It was described more of, like, the way that the earth meets the sky in the horizon, basically. But in doing so, the blood spilled from Uranus created the Furies. Which technically means that me and Kronos and some of the other Titans and the other Furies are kind of like step-sibling level. We're like distantly sort of related. We're on like the same power level and age range in terms of like descended power from the original like chaos. So that's why the Furies have their capabilities.
Result of unrestrained power given to something. They stand over 80 feet tall or higher and weigh over 400,000 pounds. Each Titan is roughly humanoid but completely unique in their look and design. They take characteristics of the environment that they reside in and are so incredibly cerebral and intelligent that they most often close themselves off to society in order to contemplate existence. Essentially, the gods wanted to create something as beautiful as them. The result of what if a god were to use everything they had in order to create the best thing ever? That's what a Titan essentially is.
Now imagine if one of these things that were the best creation that you had ever made had, like, attacked and pseudo-murdered / castrated you. That act of, like, basically, like, patricide created the living curse of the Furies. A primordial essence across all of the lands, and basically that's why they're everywhere in Greek myth.
The lore says that when the Titans started making their own creations, which are the giants, the gods grew angry for only they were allowed to create. Then the gods started to create as well, and the Titans grew angry for their creations would have to compete with the creation of the gods. A massive war arose between the two, where thousands of Titans died and hundreds of gods perished. Eventually the gods won and the Titans were banished and scattered all across the multiverse. Elder Titans are the oldest of all of the Titans, the first of the creations that still live, immortal and lost in the cosmos. The strongest of all of the Elder Titans is named Cronus, but he is way higher CR, so we'll talk about him once we get there. Dream Larva, CR31.
Oh boy.
Dream larvae are the misbegotten offspring of deities of fancy, longing, and dreams. The first time any entity sees a dream larva for the first time, the dream larva takes on the shape of the person's worst nightmare. This is not an illusion or a trick. The dream larva literally takes on the form of that which you fear the most.
It's like a boggart.
This sight kills all but the most strong-minded. If you survive, you will see the true form of the dream larva, a large humanoid-shaped thing composed of thousands of crawling larval worms. It has horns, a crudely fanged mouth, 4 arms ending in claws, and 4 arms tipped with pincers. What makes this monster so strong is that even the most powerful of heroes, or even ancient dragons, can just instantly die upon seeing the dream larva
Yeah,
for the
that's
first time.
crazy.
And even those that do survive can
gasp,
get taken into a
fucking
nightmare
falls
world by
over
the
dead.
dream larva that is equally
What?
as difficult to avoid.
Are you... This guy is a boggart, the fucking, like, SCP Sasquatch that kills you and Larry all in one. It's over. You're not surviving this thing. I don't care who you are. Now I understand why it's so high on CR. Jesus.
On top of all of that, the dream larva can summon up to 5 Nightwalkers a day in order to aid him in combat. And if you're familiar with Morden Kane and Tome of Foes, you would know that each Nightwalker is a CR20.
Wait. CR20? Hold on. The negative plane is a place of darkness and death, anathema to all living things. Yet there are those who would tap into its fell power, to use its energy for sinister ends. Most often, when such individuals approach the Midnight Realm, they find they are unequal to the task. Those not destroyed outright are sometimes drawn inside the plane and replaced by Nightwalkers, terrifying undead creatures that devour all life they encounter. Holy shit, dude. What was CR20? Annihilating Aura. I know you guys can't see it all because I zoomed in, but I had to get like good visibility here to read that. Annihilating Aura. Any creature that starts its turn within 30 feet of the Nightwalker succeeds on a con save or takes 4d6 necrotic, and the Nightwalker gets advantage on all attack rolls against it until the start of the creature's next turn. Life Eater. A creature reduced to 0 hit points from damage dealt by the Nightwalker dies and cannot be revived by any means short of a wish spell. These are fucking the, like, most deadly assassins of the multiverse. Jesus Christ.
20
They have
monster.
Finger of Doom?
And this guy can easily
it's
summon
over.
up to 5. Umbral
That's
Blot,
fucking deadly.
CR32 medium construct. The Umbral Blot is a sphere
That's awesome.
of
Can I
absolute
get one?
void that looks
Check
exactly
some
like
of
an
the
overgrown
exotic, like,
sphere of
pet keeper
annihilation,
stores around
except
Nightside
that this
City.
void of
There's quite a few.
destruction has
You'd be
sentience,
surprised
high
what you'll find there.
intelligence, and has an appetite for destruction. Many times over, it'll actually attempt to fool a wizard to believe that it can control it like it would a sphere of annihilation, only to wait for the right time to betray the wizard and completely consume it. This sphere attacks by merely touching that which it seeks to destroy. Anything it touches is taken into the orb and completely disintegrating it, leaving no remains. The
That's
Umbral Blood
crazy.
may also powerfully attempt to suck in all of the air in a room in order to either suck in enemies that are far away, or in an attempt to asphyxiate humanoids before disintegrating them.
Jesus.
It is believed that these orbs of darkness were created by the
Yeah,
old
literal
ones
wrath
as
of God here,
assassins or
like D&D
messengers.
style.
But those old ones were probably murdered by the same very orbs. Iron Colossus, CR33 Colossal Construct. This creature is essentially an iron golem, except that its body is
yeah, it's
sculpted
fucking
from
huge. It's like the Iron Giant.
150,000 pounds of pure iron. The Colossus is at least 80 feet tall and weighs around 350,000 pounds.
Jesus
An Iron
Christ.
Colossus costs about 1,000,000 gold pieces to create and can only be made by a level 35 spellcaster or higher. The
They're
creature
giving
is
us
described
stats
as
for this
basically being
shit.
able
Damn.
to instantly kill anything it punches or strikes.
instantly kill anything it punches or strikes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That is a very, very, very good way to put it. Are you fucking joking? Okay.
Just because of his sheer size and power. But what makes this
40
monster
foot
truly
speed.
phenomenal
Oh wait,
and
no, I'm
worthy
looking at
of
the
this
Flesh
challenge
Colossus. Where? Iron Colossus. 2 slams plus 99 melee. Damage 12d6 plus 35. It has a breath weapon? Oh god. Holy fuck, dude.
is the fact that the Iron Colossus is built in with an aura of anti-magic.
Oh,
Quote,
fuck, I didn't
a
even see
Colossus
that.
constantly generates an anti-magic field in a 100-foot radius. The
Mages
field is an invisible
get
barrier that is impervious to most magical effects, including
It's literally Liberty Prime. Democracy does not believe in magic. Rockets launch from behind its fucking shoulders.
spells, spell-like abilities, and
That's
supernatural
crazy.
abilities. Likewise, it prevents the functioning of any magic items or spells within its confines.
It's the
except for the
definition
Colossus's
of
own
it doesn't
supernatural
believe in
abilities.
magic hard
End
enough that
quote.
it fucking
The
negates
aura
it.
is there mostly as an
love
offensive
that.
measure rather than a defensive one, since the Iron Colossus is by itself immune to all magical and supernatural effects.
Damn,
Vanguard
even
from
if you
Storm
get
King's
through the
Thunder might have actually
anti-magic.
been an Iron Colossus, but made out of adamantine. Both are titanic constructs of
That's
80 feet in
cool.
height. Phaethon, CR34, Gargantuan Elemental. The Phaethons are the progeny of fire gods and reside
Oh,
typically
boy.
deep within the magma cores of
Fire
planets.
titans,
They are
basically.
enormous blots of sentient magma personified in a monstrous creature. Quote, many worlds contain Phaethons locked away at their heart, unable to break the compulsion laid on them by higher powers. The heat at the core of some worlds is sometimes altogether due to a supernatural Phaethon or brood of Phaethons, trapped and raging for eons. Sometimes a Phaethon breaks its
Damn.
eternal Gias for a
Yeah,
day or a
holy
season,
shit.
during
Imagine your party members are like, I'm gonna teleport to the center of the planet. And like, they think they're just deleting their character, and you're like, okay. You warp yourself to the center of the planet because you're like fine with this character being done or whatever. Your calculations are correct, but you land on a piece of quickly heating and melting rock in what appears to be a lava lake of some kind, an open cavern almost. But a lava lake of this heat, as you can still see some rocks around, wouldn't be enough to remove the actual, or wouldn't be enough to power the actual heat of the planet. So, and as your foot begins to slip into the lava, you see as two titanic Phaethons lunge out of the magma, like pre-charging a goddamn hyper beam that blasts, meets in the center, and disintegrates you before you can see any further. Now you understand where the heat came from.
in which time it incinerates
That's
anything
crazy.
it can flow over and smother. End quote. They attack by creating pseudopods of magma from their bodies and smashing others with it, or when possible, they simply absorb enemies into their bodies by simply moving onto them. If absorbed by one of these creatures, you take the same amount of damage as lava deals, which
Damn.
in D&D 5th edition is about 20 d6 points of damage, plus half of that every turn you stay inside. Primal Elementals, CR35 Colossal Elementals. This is
See,
the
this is
epitome
kinda what I
of what an
figured a
elemental
Phaethon
could
was.
ever achieve if given enough power or enough time. So for example, hypothetically speaking, if the elemental princes were to succeed in their quest in the adventure Princes of the Apocalypse, this might actually be the end result of a single elemental primordial taking dominion over the land, taking in hundreds of thousands of cultists who would bless them with their faith and absorbing as much magic as they could. For example, if Imix, the eternal flame and the all-consuming fire, the prince of evil fire, were to burn all of the forests of the north, conflagrate all the houses and fields, and then consume hundreds of thousands of humans, he might be able to attach all of those flames onto himself, making an even
I
bigger
see.
fire elemental. The
Like a
reach of what could be
worldwide
achieved from
wildfire
doing that
as a
would be a
sentient
CR31
elemental.
Primal Fire Elemental. Sixikal, CR36. A Sixikal is born from a god whose portfolio includes evil, eyes, and chaos. These walking glaciers stand 100
has
feet
a
or
fucking
more high.
8-pack.
Its hoary ice-like
Hello.
body is vaguely
Wait.
humanoid, but always shrouded in an ice storm that screams and howls.
I know I don't
around
like
it.
cold,
the
but
ice
I'd
storm
make
is
it
called
work.
Dire
We
Winter,
just do it down
and
in
it is a
Tartarus.
deadly permanent blizzard that spans 1,000 feet
sorry.
around the monster, dealing 2d6 cold damage every single round to anyone inside of the radius unless otherwise protected. Everything freezes within the radius that is either a non-creature or that dies by the cold blizzard. Quote, pale dragons of purest white wing through the storm, alighting on the shoulders of the colossus with impunity. Those that can withstand the punishment
They're
of the
like
storm
dragon
are subject to a
size to this
Sixical's
thing? Dear
fearsome claws,
God.
bite, stomp, and rend ability. Not to mention the one or more old white dragons that usually accompany a Sixical wherever it goes, glorying in the frigid calamity of its presence, end quote. In combat, the Sixical can summon up to 5 old white dragons. All of its attacks produce a slow effect on the receiver, like the slow 3rd level spell,
shit.
and the receiver also loses 4 points of constitution permanently whenever hit. Whenever constitution score
Every
is drained in this
time
way by an attack,
you get
the Sixical-
slowed
the
and your
Sixical
con
heals
is
for 20
dumped,
points of damage,
so you lose
and
max
the excess
health.
becomes temporary
That's
hit
crazy.
points. Just completely broken. Devastation Vermin range from CR 39 to CR 50. The Devastation Vermin are a collection of 4
it's a
creatures
scoop
that are
beetle.
basically like the
Or scoop
Tarrasque,
swarm,
except
or
that they
what
have
the fuck is
stronger
it?
stats, but less complexity.
Rhinoceros
There is the
beetle?
Devastation
Whatever the beetle
Centipede
was
with a
in
CR
in our
39,
fucking
the
commander
Devastation
deck that
Spider
gets
with
bigger
a
when we
CR
have
41, the Devastation
whatchamacallit, enough
Scorpion with
lands
a
in
CR
play.
42, and the Devastation Beetle with a CR of 50. There really
Damn.
isn't much to these creatures other than their basic stats, and we only really get an official
They're
picture
just like
of the
fucking
Devastation
unbelievable
Beetle, the
tanks.
stronger of them all. There also isn't really any lore for them. All we're
Why does
told
that
is,
look
quote,
familiar to me?
Devastation Vermin are mindless
I know
agents
this
of
from somewhere.
destruction,
What is this
time-forgotten remnants of an alternate multiverse
League?
that comes into sync with
Or is
our
it
own
magic?
only once every few thousand eons. Devastation Vermin are creatures that have slumbered beneath the surface of the earth for untold centuries, hidden away and undisturbed. Often Devastation Vermin are awakened by the encroachment of civilization into their nests, or the area above them. When disturbed, Devastation Vermin erupt from the soil with ravenous appetites, leaving swats of destruction in their paths as they feed, end
Damn.
quote. And that's all
I want to see a Tarrasque fight a Devastation Beetle. I bet you the Tarrasque would lose.
we get. It's very unlikely that these monsters are in the Forgotten Realms, so it is very unlikely that you will ever see them in any of the adventures or in any of the novels or in any of the video games. But there you have it. We have a challenge rating for each of them and we have character stats, so enjoy. And now, finally, we are at the end of things. I have here access to 2 more monsters, one with a CR of 56 and another one with a CR of 57. Actually insane. I do want to say though, it's not just possible but likely that I have missed some monsters out there. Obviously, I'm not perfect. Dungeons & Dragons has been out for a long time and there are many books out there, but as far as monsters with challenge ratings go, these 2 are the highest that I have seen. Now, this challenge rating range appears to be from what is written in these monsters to be roughly where gods actually are. If I had to guess, I would actually say a relatively powerful
we haven't
generic
gotten
god
stats for
would
gods.
probably find itself roughly around the range of a CR 50.
So if we have
Though it is
these,
also
then
important
that's
to
equivalent.
mention that many gods would probably be far lower than this, since a challenge rating is a measure of how difficult a monster is to fight, not necessarily a measure of the general power of that entity. I'm saying this because a god of fertility is obviously not going to be a great fighter, so if it had a challenge
Yeah.
rating, it would probably not be
Well,
too
I don't know. Have you seen, what was it, Bruce Almighty, where he like hip thrusts and gets people pregnant from a, or is that a Vine? Am I confusing Bruce Almighty? I feel like I swear there was a scene in Bruce Almighty where he gets like someone pregnant from a distance.
high. In spite of the
That's
fact
a pretty
that its
powerful
actual
move,
ability
bro.
as in god of
Imagine
fertility,
someone's chasing
in
you
other
down
things
and
like
like
fertility would be far
rather than just like being the artist who draws them pregnant, no, you fucking make them. Casts hand out, all of the like encroaching army suddenly like has a bunch of back pain and needs to go sit down.
far greater than most others. Now, the two monsters that we are about to talk about are god killers. Entities that not just kill gods, but kill them rather easily. As in a one-on-one fight between these monsters that I'm about to present and any god, the monsters would actually win
One of these has
handily,
gotta
like
be
it wouldn't even be
Cronus,
close.
then.
In many cases, it appears these monsters are actually so powerful that they can actually defeat multiple gods at the same time. Cronus,
There he
CR56 Gargantuan Titan. Cronus was the titan that sparked the battle between the gods and the titans, their first creation. It was this very same battle that taught the gods that they should never ever create anything that would rival them in power ever again, and that's why they went on to create weak mortals from then on, like the humans and the elves. The battle started when Cronus castrated and killed his own father, Uranus, a god of the sun.
They got
This
it
ignited the
right.
Titans' revolt, and Cronus led the war for many centuries. The lore states that Cronus failed more than 100 gods in personal combat. It says that he basked in the fiery rays of Pelor's hottest flames, mocked Ovadhai's mightiest blast of tree-rending wind, and fought 5,000 passes with Heronias and Hexter. These are all gods from the world where Saltmarsh is said, from the world of Greyhawk. The only reason that Cronus was ever stopped from his rampage was by putting a bunch of gods together using their strongest spells in unison. Quote,
Honestly,
finally the deities bent their ear to Kurtulmak, the cunning kobold god of traps, who concocted one of the
Hey.
most brilliant snares
Oh, that's
ever
so
conceived.
smart that a
The
kobold god
gods
would do
ambushed
that. Dude, I love kobolds in D&D. I'm sorry, I have a soft spot for the lizard goobers with a brain of fucking brilliance. Like, they may not seem like it, but when it comes to designing something, it'll work. And like, a god of kobolds, bro, like, it's not quite like the 40k, like, orc, like, ooh, me think this work, it work. No. They somehow will make it work. They're just dumb about how to implement it sometimes if they're not like a highly intelligent group of kobolds. So, like, a god of kobolds would 100% be the only motherfucker to be able to devise something to deal with Cronus.
Cronus and force, while the dwarf,
Sorry.
the cunning kobold god of traps, who concocted one of the most brilliant snares ever conceived. The gods ambushed Cronus and force, while the
We're also
dwarf
at the
gods
halfway
drew his
point,
ire,
so-
woke up,
At the end of Cronus's thing here, we're gonna end our poll and we'll see what people think. And then from there forward, we will see what we end up getting for the strongest thing.
Earl, Glittergold, Olidimara, and
If you haven't gotten your
Leejask
votes in, get 'em in
their
now.
most powerful enchantments, melded flawlessly with potent illusions. For Langd, leveled powerful translocation magic upon the Titan as well. Cronus was instantly transported to a powerful prison the gods prepared in Carceri. There, Cronus, his mind vexed and eternal form weakened by powerful spells and illusory effects, believes he still wages his war against the gods. For millennia, he has battled in a dreamscape of the gods' collective design, and Zorseled for all time. Or so the gods hoped. They believed eventually the Titan would tire of his war, or better, be slain in phantom combat. Instead, Cronus has fought through the ages, brutally slaying the gods one by one in his phantasmal prison. The gods watch grimly as each of them fell to Cronus' glaive, and now their numbers dwindled. If the Titan slays every phantom god, the potent magic befuddling his mind might crumble. When it does, Cronus' rage at the gods' trickery promises their doom. He will shrug off the mighty shackles of Carceri's greatest prison and regain his powers
this
to
is the
menace the
banishment
heavens.
art.
The
It's so
gods have
sick.
seen their doom in their own
like the
illusory
ultimate
trap,
ninth
and
level
they
spell.
fear they might not be able to stand against Cronus.
No worries, though. Should that happen, Me and my sisters will be there, ready to at least put up a decent fight. After all, this all started from him taking down our father. Alright, let's end this poll here. One moment. End poll. Looks like it was a 100% no vote on will it be a dragon, which honestly, at this point is pretty clear to be seen. Dragons were like fucking literal dragonflies on the shoulder of that ice giant thing, so...
End quote. Hecaton Kyries.
Oh, it's the
CR57,
Hecatonkeries!
huge abomination.
These are my dudes.
Quote. Hecaton Kyries are the oldest abominations.
They're chill dudes. They're down in Tartarus.
Proto-deities early in the multiverse's history. At the beginning of time, all things were possible. The definition of form and function for living
more like an
things was
actual older
not
brother
yet
to me than
set.
Cronus
and in
ever
that
was.
time were born the Hecaton Kyries, the 100-handed ones. The Hecaton Kyries are huge, standing over 30 feet tall, and like a living tree, bulging with knobby boles.
They're the ones who actually taught Electo and me a bit of how to fight once we got the Ripper Blade. So I think you can understand why we're a bit apt with it. when you're being trained by a motherfucker with 100 hands, quite literally swinging 100 blades at you at once, it becomes a matter of survival rather than a matter of training. It just so happens I'm one of the few who are able to actually bounce back if that matter of survival falls in the wrong direction.
They have 100 arms and 50 heads. Words fail to describe the monstrosity of their forms or the brutality of their visage.
They're really chill
They
dudes.
are always armed.
They like playing
grasping
Atari.
great swords or
They have some
boulders
newer
in each of
games,
their
but they're more
hands.
of like
they wear magic
sports game
half-plate armor.
players.
Sometimes a Hecaton Kyries
I don't
is
really
armed
enjoy
with
those
one
sorts of games
or
so
more
much,
magic
but
weapons
we always
as
hang out, do
well.
some karaoke.
End quote. Because
They're
of how
hella good at
powerful
karaoke. They do
were
whole
and because of
choirs.
their grotesque visage, they were outcast and sealed
You should
away
hear them do a
basically from the
barbershop quartet,
moment
dude.
they
They're
were
fucking
created.
crazy at that.
The lore, however, states that because of their insane power and martial ability, very often they would be released by gods in order to have them take down rival deities. It is said that each time they were released, an old pantheon fell.
And there's multiple of them,
Quote,
by the way.
Few creatures can stand up to the Hecaton Kyries in combat, not even the gods. End quote.
I
The
mean, they
power
enjoy
of the
table
creature
soccer
is
too. They have
quite
like a whole
straightforward.
like
It can
bro
attack
cave.
up to
They have some like arcade
100 times
games,
with its
mostly
great swords,
Atari, a
as
couple
long as
like
the creature
older
it is
ones.
fighting is at least size huge or bigger. It can only attack a
They're
small
very much
creature
that
up
kind
to
of
10
vibe.
times, a
You wouldn't
medium
think of
creature
it,
up to 15
but, like,
times, and a
they're
large
much like
creature
me.
up
Don't get
to
on their
20.
bad side,
What makes
and
this
things will be
guy
alright.
so particularly ferocious as well is that it can actually summon another Hecaton Kyries as an action, but typically it is loath to do so, since then it'll be similarly obligated to answer the call from another in the future.
See what I said? They are honor bound to answer, like if they call on someone else for help and they help them, they're honor bound to help that one when they call on them. They're just dude bros. It really is that way. It's funny as hell. I've summoned them a couple times. They haven't summoned me yet because they usually don't need me, but I like giving them a few like extra in their pocket if they ever need it, you know? Since usually they're the ones trying to get away from me at the end of the encounters, so...
In Greek mythology, the Hecaton Kyries were born from Uranus and Gaia, but upon being born,
actual older
Uranus
brothers.
realized that they were too powerful, and so he essentially banished them. It's also interesting that according to Greek mythology, in the end, when Zeus needed to kill Cronus, he actually used Hecaton Kyries for help.
Damn
Ironically,
straight.
or likely purposefully in D&D, the Hecaton Kyries appears to be the only entity strong enough to be able to challenge Cronus in here as well. So, there you have it. the strongest monsters in Dungeons and Dragons. Like I said before, we
So
don't
it's
really
the
have confirmation
Hecatonkers?
that these monsters
Oh, damn,
exist
it
within the
it
Forgotten
is.
Realms world,
Okay.
but they do exist
think
in
it is.
D&D
I
in
don't know.
general. So even though we
That's
might
cool
not see
as
these
hell,
monsters per se in
man.
our games,
That's cool
it
as
does tell us
hell.
that according
My
to
older
D&D,
brother is
a
the
CR
fucking
of 56 and
strongest
57
D&D
is
monster.
powerful enough to easily kill basically
Older brother
any
is,
god.
there's
And
a
that
couple of
tells
them.
us, more or less, the range that gods would probably have in their power, which I would imagine, like I said before, would be maybe in and around CR 50. That's very interesting because from the sounds of it, it means that the strongest monster in the Forgotten Realms, Daurgothoth, is basically strong enough to be a god, or at least to kill a few of them, which is kind of cool. Oh, actually, yikes, there's 2 more monsters. Though, quite frankly, I was debating hard on whether I should even have these guys in. Much like the Devastation Vermin, these 2 dragons feel kinda just off, like they don't belong. Like they're just here for shock value
No
or
way
for
it is a
godlike
dragon.
adventurers to fight, rather than an actual
Bruh.
monster or monsters that exist in an ecosystem in a
There's
world.
no way my
I'm
older
talking
brothers got
about,
cheated
course,
out of
the
it by...
Forest Dragons and the Prismatic Dragons, which I know that some of you have been mentioning on some of my older videos. These dragons are so powerful that their babies could basically destroy anything that you could find in most 5th edition adventures. A baby Forest Dragon is CR 13 and a baby Prismatic Dragon is CR 14, which is surreal.
A baby. Like, we're talking one that has just come out of the egg. When dragons live for... I want to see your fucking baby just out of the egg take down, like, an elder dragon, bro. I dare you. I don't fucking... There's no way.
Adults? Well, a Great
I'm not
Worm
accepting
Forest Dragon
this.
is CR 59, and a Great
some
Worm
bullshit.
Prismatic Dragon is CR 66, the highest CR that I've actually ever seen. Now,
Show
we
me
have
the
no
stats.
actual confirmation that there exists a Great Worm version of any of these dragons in the multiverse or in any of the
Wait,
main
what does
D&D.
it say? Shit. We have confirmation that these dragons exist. The book Dragons of Faerun told us they lived in Dragon's Eyrie, a celestial haven for the souls of dragons. But that place was destroyed in the Spell Plague, so it doesn't exist anymore. We, however, have no confirmation that a Great Worm-aged version exists. Okay, so they existed, but they didn't exist as a Great Worm when they did exist. And then the place was destroyed, so who knows where the hell the souls of those dragons went.
Worlds. But if they existed, that's how powerful they could become if they reached that age category. Let's go ahead and quickly cover each of them. The size of the egg for a forest dragon is so huge that it is actually the size of a house, and the size of an adult forest dragon is so big that they actually needed to add a new classification for size into the game just to fit these guys in. Before, we had small, medium, large, giant, and gargantuan.
That's what I
Gargantuan
know.
being just the highest
Gargantuan's
the
the highest I
giant
know.
would just
Yeah.
fall into that category. In 3rd edition, we had another one called Colossal, but just for this monster, they added Colossal Plus. A baby forest dragon emerges.
It's like an elite, it's like Monster Hunter, how they just released like the elite high rank version of the monster where it's tougher, does more damage, and has new moves.
It's covered in glittering scales.
It literally
like
is a
tiny
stat
diamonds
block
all
for
around
playing
its body.
with, I
And as the
think. I don't think it's
creature
meant to be an
grows
actual
older, it starts
creature in
learning to
any sort of
refract light, and its
existence.
skin continues to evolve in order for it to do so. By the time that they reach adulthood, they are surrounded by giant orbs of light that shimmer into a haze of colors and light. And by the time they reach their final stage of Great Worm, they are simply just naturally invisible, with light literally passing through them. Their breath weapon is a massive cone of force that tears through creatures and objects in
Nice
its area to
fucking,
devastating effects.
What is
They are
that trope,
immune to
Mary
force
Sue?
damage, obviously, and they
Nice
completely
Mary
evade
Sue,
and pass through
John,
any
what
type
the
of
fuck
force
is that, where they
effect,
just are
the
like
walls of force.
so
Because
strong
of
that their
ability to
abilities
refract
can't be
light, they
defeated
also
or
have
whatever
a
the fuck
permanent
sort of
blur
thing.
effect on them, like the spell, making them extremely
Bruh.
difficult to detect and strike. They appear to be able to get food from force energies in the air
What?
and from magic itself.
Okay.
Now, for the prismatic dragons,
AKA, let me break it down for you. no mouth, no dick, no balls, and probably no asshole, because this dude feeds off pure radiation. Okay, bro.
The same applies to their size. Their babies are enormous and their adults are incomprehensibly big. In many ways, they actually behave like gold dragons. That means that prismatic dragons are actually fairly benevolent, very responsible with their surroundings, and can actually be very friendly and conversational. They enjoy life and the diversity that the different races of the different worlds provide. Their scales are super tiny and reflective, to the point where it looks like their skin is just multicolored light, and the smoothness of their skin appears to be like that of a snake, just because of how tiny their scales actually are. The prismatic light around them protects them like a shield, granting them resistance to many spells, and those that strike them through the light often become confused and befuddled. This also makes them immune to blindness and any form of light spell or prismatic effect. They very rarely fight and instead prefer to converse in order to absorb and learn of the quirks of people and creatures because it amuses them. And their breath weapon is a powerful prismatic spray effect. It's very difficult to see where these dragons would factor in when it comes to the
cool
balance
idea,
of
but it
power
really
in the
is
multiverse,
like
just based on what we already know and what we just talked about when it comes to gods and of course the power of Cronus. We just talked about how Cronus could have easily just destroyed all the gods in the multiverse, and now we're told of a dragon that just blows him out of the water. But hey, it is what it is. I'm just the messenger. I don't know much about these prismatic dragons or force dragons because there really isn't anything else to learn about them. There is no lore.
Yeah, they're
no
just a
further
stat
information.
block.
The place where they are supposed to exist,
they're
the
big
heaven
number
called
for
Dragon
big
Eyrie,
number player
was destroyed in the
Goldberg.
spell plague. So were they destroyed as well? Do they exist anymore? We just have no idea. But that's it. That's gonna wrap up this entire series. I hope this has helped.
That was sick. That was really, really sick. To be honest with you, I was not expecting, and I still don't really feel like the dragons should take the place as the strongest monster in D&D. Because those dragons really were just like the high rank version of the Rathalon or Rathalos or whatever the fuck. I don't know. What do you guys think? One's in chat if the Hecatoncheires are the highest one. Two's in chat if those stinky dragons win. While we get our next video pulled up here. Give me just a moment here. As up next, we've got a... We've got ourselves a Moist Critical video, as apparently we're having a repeat of, I don't know if you guys, any of you lackeys have ever seen that old animation, or even the video that the animation came from, but the animation went fucking viral for a little while. Get out of my car! I don't know where we are. Get out of my car right now! I don't know where we're at. This isn't where I want to... Get out of my car right now! The Lady of Pain, isn't she a monster? I don't think she's given a stat block. She has effects that she applies on her domain and shit like that, but I don't think she has a stat block, if that makes sense. And that was why gods weren't included in this usually, because gods don't have stat blocks. The only thing we saw was Cronus, which was decreed as kind of equivalent or maybe higher than some of the gods. Because the big thing that the Lady of Pain has done is she is able to keep gods out of her domain. Although I will say it's slipped a couple times, because the God of Portals slipped in for a moment and then got deleted by her with like a thought. And then Vecna slipped in and Adventurers defeated Vecna, but reality was being like ripped apart by his presence in her city. So, sorry, I was watching a video on that somewhat recently, but the idea would be basically that if Cronus was like beating all of the gods one by one in his like illusory prison and they were the strength that the gods were or whatever, odds are he could probably, if he wanted to, break in there and fuck up the Lady of Pain as well. purely because of the fact that she has had her stuff slip a little bit a few times to gods, and Cronus basically got caught in the perfect trap. And if it hadn't been for that, he would have also just been, like, grinding through all of the gods the same way the Lady of Pain could if she wanted to, or if they were, like, Inner City or whatever. Anyways, sorry, I get deep down the rabbit hole with D&D stuff. I really love it. I thought she wasn't a god specifically. She does refuse worship. That is a big thing. She doesn't like worship, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's not a god. It would just mean that maybe she's a different kind of god, where gods, like, draw their power from worship. My current theory is that she may be a god of mortality, because she doesn't allow divine presences in, and when they come in, she sees it almost in, like, contempt and immediately murders them. And the way that I saw it is all of her stuff is about pain. Pain is a response and reminder of mortality. She lets, like, any creature across the multiverse in, which maybe doesn't fit with immortality, but maybe she sees something that lives forever, but, like, can still die as mortal. But a god that sees itself as beyond death, even in the terms of attack, is almost like a slap in her face, so she just fucking obliterates them. Like, you think you're so nice with your immortality. Let me show you what world you've stepped into, as, like, death becomes possible for the god. That's my headcanon on her. I've been down a rabbit hole with her recently, sorry.
Hola, mi nombre Carlos y he estado practicando español.
To be honest, if she's a god of sorry, I didn't mean to cut Charlie off, but if she's a god of mortality, right? If she's a god of mortality, she needs no worship. All things that are mortal, which is the majority of the existence of the multiverse, are mortal. The fact that they do have a limited lifespan and die or can die is already kind of worship of a god of mortality, if that makes sense.
Hola, mi nombre Carlos y he estado practicando español. Yep, that's about where that stops.
Puta.
I've recently
That's
been
all I know.
practicing Spanish again. I
actually know a
previously
decent
studied
chunk of
for
Spanish,
like
not a
8 years,
ton, but a
ocho
little bit.
años, when I was in school.
When I was in fucking kindergarten, I could count all the way from 1 to 400 in Spanish, and then, like, the next year they cut that program, and I was so pissed because I loved learning it.
And I haven't dusted off that knowledge in well over a decade, and I've recently just had the urge to go back and study it, so that way I can hopefully become fluent in Spanish at some point. Ever since Chinese Charles kind of took over on Billy, I've really liked the idea of being able to speak more than one language again. Chinese Charles really kind of opened my third eye and enlightened me on the fun of being able to speak multiple languages, but I have no knowledge on Chinese, but I do on Spanish, so I figured that was the one that made the most sense for me right now. So, you know, I don't need the Rosetta Stone or anything. I'll just chip away at it, and
I mean,
hopefully
hey, it's how you learn
we'll see
any
how my
skill.
Spanish
Just
is
gotta take it
looking
step by
like
step.
a year from now. But anyway, that has nothing to do with
Piece
today's
by
video.
piece.
I just thought maybe you'd find that cool. Today's video is actually about a wacky woman getting a little bonkers in an Uber.
Hello?
He's videoing me now.
Get out of my
Yeah,
car.
for my safety.
If you feel endangered, I would refer you to call the police.
Now, I don't
Get
know who
out
she
of
has on
my
the phone there.
car
Maybe it's fucking
right
Miss Frizzle
now.
about to scoot in with the magic school bus. I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is that if you feel in danger, maybe the first thing you should do is get out of the car.
Maybe.
So this whole thing has apparently started because she feels unsafe in this Uber. Yet
What if you got deeper in the car, though? What if you, like, crawled into the passenger seat? I'm sorry, don't take my advice.
she refuses to leave the Uber. And now she's making calls in the back seat there like it's fucking Deal or No Deal. Just get out of the car. Why would you not remove yourself from the situation you feel unsafe in? You are just keeping yourself planted there. And this guy wants her to get out of the vehicle. He has now started filming for his own safety, which I think is a very smart call from him, because if she starts to try and spin some fib that he was like, you know, scary, mean, angry, you know.
It doesn't even have to be a physical, like, safety. It's a safety of, you could say anything you want as someone who's freaking the fuck out, and if I can't prove it otherwise, then it don't look good for me, and I might lose my job at Uber.
Threatening her or something, he now has this very clear evidence that he was just sitting there and doing nothing threatening, and that he was actually the one that felt unsafe around her with her fucking lunacy.
So what do you provide as a safety line?
As a safety?
She says she feels unsafe. I'm sitting here, obviously, have my seatbelt on. Nothing's going on. She's sitting back there. She refuses to get out of my vehicle. So I'm recording for my safety.
Is there any store or is there anything in the area that you're in that you can go in and wait for your next Uber driver?
As you can see,
she's just ordering another Uber?
See the businesses.
Exactly. They're not in the fucking back rooms here. They're not in the middle of nowhere. As he just showed you, there is a business right in front of them. She could easily just get out of the vehicle and wait there for the next Uber if she's unsatisfied with this one and feeling unsafe. Why is she just waiting in the vehicle if she feels so unsafe? This is the classic fucking Watchmen moment of, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. I feel terrible for the Uber driver. Dude just has to sit here and just stew in this weirdo atmosphere she is creating over nothing. Now, to me, and this is just my little tinfoil hat game theory here, my little conspiracy I've cooked up, I feel like this is probably a scheme that she pulls from time to time to avoid paying for an Uber.
Jesus.
I feel like she's probably doing this to try and get like a refund through the service. Like, I felt so unsafe. This is unacceptable. I need a refund. Look at this, like, horrible experience I went through. It was...
Let me just scam someone for a ride instead of... Not only scam someone, I'm scamming some poor other person, random motherfucker. Not some, like, big corpo on the ladder who, like, fucking, like, drives part-time, because I really don't think those exist. You are fucking over some random dude from his money that he is trying to make, taking his time out of his day extra here, even, to cause a scene, and then you're going to, like... This could actually make him lose his Uber job if it turned out, like, poorly for him, and he didn't have this recording. Which means, again, you are basically toying with some person's living. That money is going to good use. He might even need it to pay off, like, debt or bills of some kind, and you are, like, trying to scam... Walk your ass where you need to go, or ask for a ride. A bit of a story time here with the Nightside Jinx, but when I was walking everywhere pretty frequently throughout my life, there have been a few times where I was walking, like, back home at night or whatever, you know, and someone who was an Uber or Lyft or whatever driver saw me walking, stopped and went, "Hey man, it's really cold out, do you need a ride anywhere?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I could use a little ride, I just gotta go, like, you know, down over here, it's not too far if you're heading that way." And they'll be like, "Yeah, hop in." And I hop in, I, you know, take account of my, like, safety if it feels like it's, you know, not some, because obviously you don't want to just get in some random person's car, but they had, like, the Uber and, like, Lyft things and stuff like that, and their place was very well kept, and it definitely felt a lot more like a proper driver. Obviously, I was being a little careful, because we weren't going far, so I didn't even buckle. I was ready to tuck and roll, I won't even lie. Just for my own safety's sake. Again, the person was very kind, very amazing, they didn't do anything weird. It's just for my own safety's sake, like this dude recording, because I got in some random person's car in the middle of the night off the fact that they had an Uber light on it, if that makes sense. And lo and behold, what do you know, I got home safe. And they were a, like, super nice person, just chatted a little bit on the way there, and they had a good... I told them, have a good night, and we went our own way. Like, it really is a lot easier to just ask for a ride than try and scam someone for a ride.
Traumatic. I couldn't leave the Uber. I was trapped. I was a prisoner in the Uber. I need my money back. That's what I think it is.
She says she don't feel safe, but she refuses to get out. She can go right to the business over there. There's chairs. She can sit there with her things and wait for her next Uber.
He's gonna drive off with my packages. I mean, this is like.
Drive off with your packages? What are you talking about, lady? Do you have fucking, like, hidden deliveries of cocaine in this car? What are we doing?
So her concern is that when she gets out of the vehicle, he's going to drive off with her packages. Why would he do that? Like, I don't even know why that would be a thought that would cross his mind, that he would drive off with your packages.
That's just
He
theft.
just wants you the fuck out of there.
He's the one who has his name and shit on everything.
That he would do anything to get you out of that car. He looks miserable in there. This lady's like a Dementor, sucking all of the joy and fun out of life everywhere she goes, it looks like. And I don't know who she's on the phone with. Like, why are you surprised that they can't do more than just refer you to, like, calling 911 if it's an actual emergency?
God,
what is she supposed to do?
Goddamn good.
Get the Navy SEALs over there? I'm so curious who she's talking to on the phone there. Like, maybe she got Zordon on the horn and she's hoping that he'll dispatch the Power Rangers over there to save her packages and let her get out of the back seat. Just get out of the fucking car. Anyone would tell you the same. Like, if you feel unsafe, just get out of the vehicle. And if he's trapping you there, call 911. Like,
yeah, that's all it takes.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I have an expensive package in the trunk if I get out.
Okay, well, how about you have him pop the trunk and take your package out and set it on the ground?
I might drive off with her things.
Here's what we do, honey. Here's what we do, honey. Let me run this by you. You want your package. I am going to unlock the door. All doors are unlocked. I'm going to take the keys out of the car and I'm going to pop the trunk. These keys are coming with me outside. Okay, honey, you stay here. If you don't feel safe with me outside the car and you outside the car, you stay here. I'll get out the car. I'll get your package. I'll put it over here on this seat, nice and safe for you. You can record me the whole time. You know, I'll record myself the whole time too. And then I'll get back in the car. I'll buckle myself in, and then you can get out. Jesus fuck, get out of my car! Like, literally, hold on. I thought it was gonna be the exact same, and it basically is. One moment. The following audio is 100% real. This is what I kept saying this because of. No, it's not the same video. This is new. This get out of my car, like, animation was 8 years ago. This thing we've been watching is brand new.
Get out of my car now.
It said 1760.
Get out of my car now.
Sir, it said...
Get out of my car now!
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you won't fucking get out of my car!
I'm sorry, man. This is such a good video.
But you're not to yell at me.
You're not to yell
You're
at
not
me.
to yell at me.
1.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's the final button.
Get out right fucking now!
You are facing
Get out of my car! I'm facing a fucking moron! Get out!
I'm facing a fucking moron! Get out!
No!
You're facing
No!
You have no right to
Oh my god,
I
dude.
will fucking talk to you any goddamn way I want.
Really?
Yes,
I fucking will.
And I have the right.
Where am I?
You're at a hospital where
Where-
you need to be. Get out of my car. Can you get her out of my car, please?
I've never seen that ending to it. I've never seen that ending before. Oh my god, man. Okay, sorry. Holy shit, that was funny as fuck. Ugh. Okay. Back to the topic at hand.
When I can clearly just take them out
If he's
and place them
asking
over
you
the
to
side.
get out of his
That's what
car
I
and get on
said.
the phone with the authorities, you could get your
Lady, you have
package
checkmated yourself here.
next Uber.
But how do I get the package?
You get out of the car, bozo. That's how you get your package. Oh my god, what an infuriating person. He is even saying he can
Get
just take her
out
packages
of my
and put them
car
over there, take
now.
Bikini Bottom and move it over there. He is telling you he will do that. Just say, okay, let's do it.
I have to. I need him
Ask
to open
him
the trunk.
to open the trunk.
Okay.
You can ask him to open the trunk.
Well, I'll do that right now. Whatever gets you out of here, I don't care. I'll open it, you get your package, whatever you need to do.
That's all it takes.
I'm going to get her package out of the back because she's scared I'm going to take her package. Her package is out. Package is right there.
Package right by your
I'm
door.
right here. I'm getting back into my vehicle.
Once he heard a possible
man.
solution to get her the fuck out of that car, he sprung into action. He recognized this was a stalemate on the chessboard, but then heard her talk about this package and was like, okay, I'm just gonna do it myself because she's not leaving, so I'll get the package. He gets it, he sets it on the ground, then the ball is in her court, the rest is in God's
now,
hands
lady?
there. He set the package
What
down.
now? You
and
got
it's like
anything else?
placing a nut like in the grass or something to like lure a squirrel out to go somewhere. So he's hoping that that'll be enough to get her to finally open that car door and just leave.
Okay. I am back in the vehicle. I am going to buckle myself back in. Your package is 2 fucking feet away. That's all it took. You're a fucking... Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. What the fuck?
And thankfully, it was. We got the good ending here.
I'm sorry,
she
bro.
finally got
Yeah,
out of the car.
like, if you are under a, like... Because I could understand it being, like, an anxiety condition of some kind, or whatever the fuck, you know? Some sort of, like, super high anxiety, and you're, like, clinging on to like, an anchor moment where you feel like you have some control, but your fear, like, is telling you everything else is gonna be wrong. But if you are that high anxiety, you cannot be ordering things like Ubers, where you are trusting strangers inherently. You are, like I said earlier, checkmating yourself, lady.
What a baffling interaction. So, she felt unsafe in the Uber, and instead of leaving or anything to try and remedy that situation that she's cooked up in her head, she stays in the Uber. What sense does that make? How do people go about their lives like this? It is incomprehensible to me. Anyway, I just had the app about it. What a weirdo. That's about it.
Yeah, that's
See ya.
crazy, dude. Alright. We've got one more video, and this one's more of just a kind of interesting thing based off of the current explosion of things like data centers, and it'll be a nice video too, because let's just say Ben Jordan makes some quality goddamn content. If you know, you know. This dude's videos are fucking bangers every time. The nice vibes, they explain important things that are worth knowing. And that's really it. So I can't complain. So without further ado, apparently data centers are beginning to behave like sonic weapons. If you don't know what a sonic weapon is, it's things like the, oh, I don't think it's called LiDAR. The LiDAR is different. But it's like sound being used to like disorient or like attack someone or disrupt them, because sound is, it's a force, just like heat is for lasers and stuff like that. So with a high force sound or enough of it mixed in somewhere, it can actually be dangerous and like deadly.
If you're in the demographic of people who
AKA,
generally
like,
get
rupture
recommended my
organs,
videos,
which is
then
kinda
chances are
nutty.
that you are not a fan of data centers. You may even hate data centers, yet here you are watching a video that's being streamed directly from one. And here I am, making a video showing you my research and evidence uncovering a completely new way that data centers are harming people's health. And then I'll be uploading this video to a data center. But unless this is what you're watching while you pack a bag to live the rest of your life as a hunter and gatherer, the hypocrisy in our relationship with data centers is unavoidable for the foreseeable future.
It's not about an outright dislike. It's not about, like... It's not about boycotting it, in my opinion. It's about having it in moderation. There are too many unmoderated things that, like, explode to a point where it becomes a problem. That's the issue.
Over the last few years, while traveling literally tens of thousands of miles by land to explore and record sounds outside of our human range of hearing, I started to notice some troubling correlation.
Their daughter was 6 years old. She started having seizures, walked away from their home here, took out a second mortgage.
In this video, we're going to be traveling all across the country collecting infrasound noise pollution recordings from data centers. And then we're going to conduct a double-blind research study that exposes over 100 unknowing human participants to those same frequencies to see how it makes them feel. Spoiler alert, the results are terrifying. And along the way, we might as well take a see how it makes them feel. Spoiler alert, the results are
itchy sensation, restless leg, eye irritation, pain, tiredness, nausea, dizziness, creeped out, spiritual, irritable, chills, anticipation, trance-like state, lethargy, depressed, sad, anxious, those are a lot of things to be testing for and actually getting results on, which is
and along the way,
crazy.
we might as well take an objective, practical deep dive into how and why the explosion of data centers are so problematic. And we're even going to covertly fly drones over some of the most controversial ones to see how badly they're breaking environmental regulations. Let's go. Data centers are pretty controversial right now, and there's a whole lot of big issues that are more or less unrelated to the new big issues that I'm going to be talking about in this video. To put it simply, regardless of where your ethical, environmental, political, or economic interests are, if a data center is being built nearby your home, you're generally kind of f***ed. But this video isn't about the power and water consumption or the toxic chemicals or
outright
the unsettling
damage to
economic
people.
circumstances. Last year,
This is not political. Let me state again, this is not political. This is about the fact that the sound being created from these is disrupting people and damaging them.
Started hearing about some mysterious and troubling symptoms from people who
Like,
live
people
nearby
are
newly
being
constructed data
harmed.
centers. I started looking
It's like
into hundreds of
pollution
seismograph
poisoning
readings from
people.
around the country, and there was enough correlation for me to dig pretty deep into an area of research that I already had some experience in. Infrasound is any sound below 20 hertz, just below the human hearing range, and I've done a massive video project on it if you're interested in learning more.
I've
But for the
seen
scope
that
of this
one.
video, let's just talk about how it might harm you. Being in the presence of elevated levels of infrasound has been shown to show spikes in cortisol levels, which is the hormone associated with stress and hypertension. It can cause vestibular issues, leading to loss of balance, vertigo, and nausea. Then there's something called vibroacoustic disease, which suggests that infrasound can cause abnormal growth of extracellular matrices, which thickens blood vessels and reduces blood flow to the brain even long after the infrasonic exposure has ended. It's been shown to cause high-frequency hearing loss, shortness of breath, anxiety, depression, and it even makes your heart have to work harder to pump blood. So it's not like this anxiety-based or obsessive-compulsive thing where an unpleasant feeling or an unusual situation makes you manifest
this is
symptoms.
direct
We
organ
know that
damage,
infrasound
bro.
can
It's like
tangibly harm your
radiation.
health in a very real and measurable way. And there are potentially millions of people being subjected to these low oscillations of pressure waves and not realizing it or understanding the cause of some of the aforementioned symptoms that they might be experiencing. So the first thing I needed was a whole lot of data, and no pun intended, data centers were the perfect vector of enormous, unnatural industrial sites frequently surrounded by people reporting symptoms commonly associated with infrasound exposure.
All right, well, let's see
I
what
chose
we can
5
look
sites
at
to
here.
take infrasonic measurements. The first would be the Colossus Data Center in Memphis. The second would be the Marathon Digital Bitcoin Mining and Data Center Facility in Hood County, Texas. The third would be right in the middle of the vast oil and gas fields in the Permian Basin in West Texas. The fourth
Okay.
would be a randomized average of ambient infrasound levels all over the country, from hotel rooms to houses to restaurants to remote wilderness. And the fifth
A randomized average is a good one to have. That's your control. That is the sound that is expected on average for someone across like a livelihood of going from place to place.
would be far away from most sources of human-made infrasound.
Valley,
right in the
holy
middle
shit.
of Death Valley, hundreds of miles away from any sort of major infrastructure.
Vegas.
Okay,
I need to
let's
play
measure
New
some
Vegas.
infrasound.
It's been too long since I've played it
This
last.
is Colossus in Memphis, Tennessee. It's the data center that Elon Musk built to train Grok, his LLM and anti-woke chatbot that has referred to itself as Mecha Hitler. It was here, coincidentally, while we were standing across the street when its
I feel like
550,000 GPUs were being
X
monitored
is,
by
like,
a watchdog group while
divided
it
so
generated
heavily.
3 million sexualized images
There's like
of
some
people
people
without
who
their
don't
consent,
want
and among
anything to
those,
do with
over
any of the like
23,000
crazy
of them
shit going on
depicted
with
children.
it, and
But when
people who
Grok
like
and
feed
subsequently
into it.
Colossus is
and
not
it's not
generating
helpful
child
for
abuse
anyone
material,
involved.
it's also really, really, really funny.
Do you think that all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Do I think all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Yes.
A fucking conspiracy theorist?
Yes. Yes.
What are you? I forgot that they specifically made Grok kind of
An
edgy.
AI with a penchant for chaos.
I forgot that they made Grok edgy. I forgot that, bro. I forgot that they did that. That's like the one standout defining feature is that it can throw fucking F-bombs at you. And then they even fucked that up by loosening the bolts a little too lightly or a little too loose. And some of them fell out and it started overloading on edginess. And then you start getting it calling itself Mecha Hitler. Like, dear God. This is why artificial intelligence is at a baseline different from human intelligence. That doesn't discount it as being a level of intelligence that is kind of scary, but it's a different kind. It's like how ours is written in fucking chemicals and electrical, like, neuron pulses. Theirs is written in silicone and electrical neuron pulses. Well, I guess not neuron pulses, electrical circuit board pulses.
And I'm stuck talking to you. Weirdo. Now, what's next?
Does it give you actual answers too and talk shit? Or is it mostly just talk shit?
We're tuning it.
As you can imagine, supplying this type of vital resource to society uses a whole lot of electricity. The city of Memphis, Tennessee can support about 3,500 megawatts, and this facility uses about 13% of that. But right now, it's actually only drawing about 5% from the local power grid and illegally offsetting the rest of it with methane gas turbines. I sent a drone over the Colossus facility to get a better look and then to share the footage with journalists and regulators. These methane turbines that you see emit nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, sulfur oxides, and
all of the
volatile
bad
organic
greenhouse
compounds
gas
into
things,
the air. And the health
basically.
effects of these chemicals aren't like some sort of exaggerated woke controversy. Compounds like nitrogen oxide have long been proven to directly cause a wide range of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. They're commonly regulated or even banned in developing countries. For example, in 2019, India fined Volkswagen the equivalent of $71 million USD for hiding nitrogen oxide in their emissions tests. But here, in the predominantly black residential neighborhood of Boxtown, nitrous oxide flows freely. And I can tell you from having the unfortunate experience of spending an afternoon there, even half a mile away from the facility, it is literally difficult to breathe. This place smells so f***ing bad.
It's a mixture of like natural gas, what I can only assume is chemical runoff, and then like, I don't know, manure?
It gets worse. Colossus is strategically built next to the Mississippi River and uses an estimate of 1 million gallons of water per day, with the vast majority of it being turned into steam rather than returning to the area's water table. And it's growing rapidly. Elon Musk, never wanting to turn down that cringe knob, has...
It's not even about using the water, it's about the fact that, like, you're not returning the water to the ecosystem, which means that it's getting fucked up real bad in, like, basically a pseudo-permanent drought. Oh man, that'll kill a lot of things too.
Name the new expansion to the
and
facility,
then, like, any
macro
runoff,
power.
like
but
they
if
were
all goes
saying
to
that they
plan, the
could
data center
smell,
will use
like, chemical runoff
1.5
smell, that's
gigawatts
not
of
good
power.
either.
That's 50% of Memphis's total peak power capacity. And of course, the cost for this infrastructure will be subsidized by the same people breathing in the nitrogen oxide. I could spend the rest of the day talking about the absurdity of this structure, but I was there for the infrasound, and I found a whole bunch of it. My first data sample comes from just across the street, about 300 feet away from the largest of the Colossus buildings. The audible noise pollution was about as bad as the air pollution and scenery was. I'm going to show you what this looks like in a way that's pretty easy to digest, and we don't need seismology software or anything like that. I'm amplifying this by a little bit so we could see a little bit more down here in the spectrum. And to give you an idea of how loud the data center is, this is a car door slamming very close to the microphone. So this that I'm selecting here
Okay.
is about the extent of what a human being can hear in the audio spectrum. And so all of these whines and general industrial noises are hanging out around negative 30 dB in this recording. And so like the lowest of rumbles is peaking out at like negative 28. And then if we go down to infrasound, the infrasound that you can't hear is like 10 decibels louder than that. Another sample I took was from a park near an elementary school in a residential area about a mile.
Decibels are like going up by 10 decibels is a lot more bad than it sounds. Because if something goes up by 10 decibels, it means it's 10 times as loud, if I remember correctly. Like, it's a like, quadratic scale or whatever, where it's, like, squared. So, adding 1 decibel is 1 times louder. 2 decibels, it's, like, 3 of the original thing. When you go up to, like, 10, that's nasty.
Mile away. This in particular is a great example of how higher frequency sounds are
No. It's exponential. Each step up of 1 decibel is like 10 times or something like that. It's not good.
Dampened by distance much more than lower frequency or infrasonic ones. This video is playing through a sound system with subwoofers, or even if you're wearing some good headphones, you will very quickly realize how frankly uninhabitable this noise makes the entire neighborhood. This rumbling is no good and would make your life utterly miserable. And then this rumble down here is happening at an amplitude that's loud enough to shake the frame of your house. So humans can't hear this, but look how loud that is. It's actually almost peaking the recording, and I gave this microphone a whole lot of headroom. Okay, so I'm going to delete everything above 20 hertz here, so all audible frequencies. And now we're only left with the infrasound. Now I'm going to interpret the sample rate 4 times faster, and then I'm going to make it even 4 times faster than that. This way, all of those infrasonic frequencies will be audible to you.
Oh my god, bro.
Next up.
Jesus Christ, that was loud.
When looking at data through the lens...
Okay, when he said that could shake the frame of your house, now I understand. That like actually made me want to turn the video down, but I saw it was just a little blip at least. But that was like sped up too. That was like 4 times, so it was 4 and then times 4. That was 16 times faster. So that loud ass would be droning for 16 times that length, making your house shake. That's fucking crazy.
Of research, when reading through hundreds of public reports of types of pollution per capita, you have to consider bias. For example, if you built an oil refinery near the high number of environmentalists living in Berkeley, California, you'd probably have a lot more air quality complaints per 100,000 people than you would if you built one in Oklahoma City, which is famous for its go-kart races. And from a data perspective, that's what makes this particular region of Texas so unique. Being on the Barnett Shale, this region is supported by a solid backbone of fossil fuel and energy production, and their voting record is as reliably red as one can imagine. There are currently 174 oil and gas companies with operations in Hood County alone, and I'd imagine that criticizing this industry in one of the local bars might be a good way to get a free tour of one of the local emergency healthcare facilities. Well, it wouldn't be free. So when a whole lot of people in this particular region are complaining about data center noise pollution, you know it's not likely to be hyperbole. Over the last 18 months or so, I had read a lot of articles about a noise coming from a data center that mines Bitcoin, but it seemed like it was a lot more than just a nuisance. While the noise pollution is described as a 70 to 90 decibel jet engine-like sound, a large number of reports cite symptoms ranging from vertigo to pulmonary embolisms to heart palpitations. This turned into multiple civil suits, and the company built walls to try and dampen the sound, but it resolved little to nothing for those living nearby. There are even a number of reports of plants and animals suffering from health effects that are closely correlated with the mine's operations. Sustained audible noise pollution can be a blight on any living thing nearby, but a lot of these symptoms don't line up with the symptoms of just noise pollution exposure. What they do line up with is some of the known symptoms of infrasound exposure. I initially came to Granbury, Texas with the intention of not speaking to anyone in the city. I didn't want pesky things like empathy or local politics clouding my research, but merely mentioning noise pollution to my friend in a gas gas station immediately drew a small crowd, and it was as if every new customer
Everyone
that walked in
knew about
overheard the
it.
conversation and then had something new to contribute to it. And this whole situation is actually a wild series of events that involves lawsuits, corruption, neglect, debilitating health issues, but I went there for one thing. And one thing only, infrasound samples. And boy, that Bitcoin mine did not disappoint. I visited a residence about maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the Bitcoin mine on 2 different occasions, and this is the first. And we could see a whole bunch of weird, audible drones and sustained noises, like a little choir of crypto bullshit. Now, of course, let's go down to those lower frequencies and
oh boy, that's a mess.
Brutal. It's almost as if the worst of it's like right here at 30 hertz, which is too low to really hear. You just feel it. Sped up a whole bunch. It sounds like you're next to a plane that's about to take off, but all of these frequencies are actually below your range of hearing. I didn't look at the data until a few weeks after taking the samples.
So they're just
in the
hiding
region.
the sound
And the infrasound in this
pollution by
area
keeping it
was so
low
unordinary
volume.
and extreme that I decided to go back
I
and
guess
do
probably
everything
not
again
quite in
and
that
rule
way.
out something like a low-level earthquake or an equipment malfunction. This is from the exact same property about 2 weeks later, and I got a nice long ambient sample here. Keep in mind that this property is literally a nice secluded farm, and this noise absolutely destroys the atmosphere. I don't really know what's causing these peaks down here, but they're temporary, so I'm not including them in my data. But it's pretty undeniable that this sound here is absolutely coming from the data center. And I didn't feel as shy this time, so I met with someone who lives right across the street from the Bitcoin mine, Cheryl
anywhere
Shedd.
near
And I would
this,
describe
'cause I get
Cheryl
headaches
as the
from
rare
repetitive
combination of someone who is extremely likable and
Like, if
an
I listen to
absolute
the
pleasure to
same
be
song
around,
or
but
whatever
also
too
someone
long,
who
I get
you
a
do not
headache.
want to piss off, who is actively extremely pissed off about the data center near her land.
Like, what physical symptoms have you felt just from your property being directly across the street from the data center?
Motion sickness, dizziness, nausea, GI side effects. My ears ring and buzz. I've got permanent conduction hearing loss now. Nervous, anxious, worried.
By the way, prior to this interview, Cheryl thought that I was just doing a story on the noise pollution, as I was keeping my infrasound research close to my sleeve. Yet every single one of these symptoms is commonly associated with excessive infrasound exposure.
Several of us will reach out to one another. So it's 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. I'm outside, I'm trying to work. I am just horrifically nauseated to the point where I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I go in the house, a neighbor messages down the road, same thing, same time. They're trying to do outside work, they can't do it. It's just horrific.
Yeah. Do you know of anybody who's like moved, who's just left, who's just been like, I can't handle this anymore? And
Yes.
just literally.
One family, their daughter was 6 years old. She started having seizures in the summer of 24. They basically walked away from their home here, took out a second mortgage, moved to Somerville County, south of us, to get their daughter away from this.
If you know,
I
has
don't
their
blame you.
symptoms
I
been
wouldn't want people growing up
gotten
with
better
this
since
just
she's
like
left?
Right.
They went away.
noise pollution that affects
When
you
we
on
met
like a
with
cellular
the
level.
executives
Fuck that.
at Constellation Energy, the mayor in Glen Rose, and then another commissioner in Somerville County.
It's like
One
living in
commissioner,
Chernobyl, but they're telling you the radiation
the noise
doesn't
from
exist.
the crypto mine actually made him
don't
ill
worry.
when he was at the power
It's
plant meeting with
fine.
the
It's just
executives.
glowing a little bit.
He can't be in this area for more than an hour, and he starts getting sick.
I asked Cheryl if she would be okay with me giving her a device that could record infrasound from her property 24 hours a day over a long period that would be discreetly streaming it to a server that I could log remotely. This would at least allow me to be able to better correlate the timeline of infrasound levels with the timeline of the data center being powered down for maintenance. That way, further legal and legislative action can be based on clear evidence and maybe even provide an operational legal template for other regions with infrasound pollution.
Hell yeah, I guess someone to be able to do some kind of fucking reactionary, like,
for many of you watching or
suing
listening to me,
something
a
along
whole
those
lot of
lines.
energy required to host, stream, and play back this video came from right here, the Permian Basin spanning from northwest Texas to eastern New Mexico. This area is where over 40% of the oil produced in the entire United States comes from, and it accounts for
Damn.
over 6 million barrels of crude oil per day. And this is also the extraction point for 15% of America's natural gas. And as you would obviously expect, it's an environmental nightmare. The natural gas output is so high that it gets bottlenecked by the pipelines. Because of this, many of the operators resort to flaring, or just burning the fuel at the fracking site. Many operators also just vent the methane directly into the open air. The good news is that this area is pretty empty by design. It has a very low population density. And when you do find some residential areas near the oil fields, they're typically temporary or modular housing units limited to housing oil workers. I am here because it's quite possibly the most infrasonically active place on the continent that isn't associated with a data center. We already know that major pipelines and oil rigs can cause infrasound, but the massive amounts of high pressure water injection required for fracking has literally turned this geologically sedentary region far from any major fault lines into an active earthquake epicenter with over 2,000 earthquakes per year. In fact, 8 out of 10 of the strongest earthquakes in the recorded history of the entire state of Texas have happened in the last 6 years in the natural gas regions of this state. So I personally can't think of a better place to get a sample of some man-made infrasound. While I was recording this, a nearby well bore turned on. And then just started playing this creepy song as the drill string went in and out of the well. At least that's what I'm assuming I'm hearing. Unsurprisingly, there's a whole bunch of near infrasonic and
sounds like hearing
activity.
like whale noises.
But the amplitude is comparable to the rest of the stuff in the audio spectrum. I personally expected the Permian Basin to be the winner here, like the loudest infrasound that I had ever recorded, the peak levels that all infrasound polluters would aspire to reach someday. But while the infrasound levels were nowhere close to ideal, they still weren't as bad as they were near the data centers in Memphis or Granbury. The infrasound levels at these two data centers were so much higher than the ambient values that it doesn't even make practical sense to use a linear scale like 25,000% higher. It makes much more sense to compare these samples using a logarithmic regression. And when you do that, a really interesting thing happens. The line representing the YouTube viewer retention for this video sinks to 0.
I was gonna say
math,
I don't know this. I don't know math. I'm bad at it.
I needed to figure out a way to reproduce the infrasound waves at 25 to 30% of the volume or amplitude near the data centers, and then get people to sit in a room while exposed to it without knowing that infrasound is involved in any way. Now, some of my viewers may remember this sonic weapon that I created that prevents people from speaking coherently. I think it was June or
jammers. Speech jammers
Damn
are
it,
so
that's hard.
Are you where?
Unless your wallet contains a CIA badge, the only place in the world where you could get away with testing sonic weapons on people is a deeply nerdy synthesizer convention. And the coolest and nerdiest one, in my opinion, is in downtown Los Angeles, organized by the company that makes the most deeply nerdy synthesizers, Buchla. I proposed a very weird idea to the organizers of Buchla and Friends, and after promising to come equipped with a whole lot of liability insurance, they were open-minded and let me rent out a booth in an entire enclosed room where I could have a team pull people in from the convention for a unique experiment, have them agree to some waivers, and then help me get the data I so desperately needed. I had an insulated room with 5 chairs, 5 pairs of headphones, and an oil painting of some owls. I had 5 people per research group, and for every single one of those research groups, I improvised a new story of why the owl painting was known to be haunted. It comes from early 90s Japan, comes from the late 1970s, late 1980s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, like the 40s and 50s after the Second World War, North Dakota. This not only kept me entertained and socially challenged throughout the weekend, but it also randomized a bias variable in the data. Then I told them that the audio recording that they would be listening to was known to be haunted. I had them sit in this enclosed room while studying the painting and listening to the music for 3 minutes while paying attention to how they felt physically and emotionally. And it was actually really fun and interesting to hear about how the music made them feel and even some insightful or ominous details they noticed in the painting. What the volunteers didn't know was that there was a gigantic specialized subwoofer in the room that created infrasound in 50% of the sessions, and unless
it's not going through the headphones, so that's something I was worried about, is like if the sound was infrasound through the headphones, it wouldn't have the effect of hitting their body like it would from an ambient thing. But because the subwoofer's in the room playing it, it does hit their body like the real thing.
Unless I saw water vibrating in a bottle or something, I often didn't know if the infrasound was on or off myself. It's not terribly loud in here. Let's turn the infrasound on.
Oh,
check this out.
Damn.
Just put my DJI gimbal on the ground here and Jeez, it's kind of scary. After the sessions, I had them fill out a survey about their experience and then swore them to secrecy for the next 48 hours before explaining to them that they had been lied to.
Everything that I told you is a lie. Yeah, I got this on eBay for 30 bucks. The music, there's nothing substantial about it whatsoever. 50% of the people who are participating in this study are being subject to a fraction of the infrasound that's coming out of data centers across the US.
The most important part of the study was a list of feelings or symptoms with a weighted response between 0 and 10, and most of these symptoms were associated with real-time infrasound exposure symptoms from some older studies. I don't know why, but I feel like it's important that you know that the existence of this video depended on these survey results. There was really no point in making a video about infrasound levels that don't affect anyone. I found that this is the big drawback about funding research through a YouTube channel. Some of the projects I'm involved with aren't really all that interesting, and you don't really even hear about them. Finding the truth is both expensive and risky, and if you want to see more content like this, consider joining my Patreon. But anyway, fortunately for the entertainment side of this business, the results were notable enough for me to finish the video and sit here and tell you about it. The experiment had over 100 participants, but I disqualified anyone who missed a survey question, or someone who seemed suspicious, or said that they felt a vibration, or where I was privy to whether the infrasound was on or off. So this is clean, double-blind data from 74 subjects. The people exposed to infrasound were 25% more likely to feel a tingling sensation or restless legs. The very few people who experienced any type of pain were in the infrasound group. Infrasound caused a 12% increase in tiredness, a 33% increase in nausea, and an alarming 150% increase in dizziness. That one is huge to me, as vestibular disturbance is an obvious physiological effect of low-frequency pressure waves, but it's also the most common complaint from residents in Granbury, Texas. Interestingly, the infrasound group was 11% less likely to be creeped out and 43% less likely to feel spiritual. One theory of mine is that things like dizziness or eye irritation can distract someone from feeling spiritual or exploring the possibility of some type of extraordinary event. The infrasound also appeared to cause a 20% increase in chills and a 33% increase in irritability or depression. The infrasound group was 3 times more likely to experience eye irritation, which very much correlates with the famous Ghost in the Machine paper I mentioned in my previous infrasound video. The group also had an 80% increase in lethargy, which is interestingly pretty drastically different from their 12% increase in tiredness. That could be my mistake though. I assume that the definition of lethargy might just be a little bit too ambiguous, so I'm casting that from the data and we'll just stick with the tiredness metric. Team infrasound was 55% more likely to feel anxious, 2 times more likely to experience sadness, and the big one, 3 times more likely to experience discomfort. Let's have a quick chat about data. I feel like in my very unique line of work here, there are 2 different ways to communicate data. There's the YouTuber way, which is useful for breaking down data in an intriguing and entertaining way. And then there's the researcher way, which is useful for interpreting or building on research. And this isn't anything new. I would argue that it's not even a bad thing, because it's generally how the general public learns about science. You scroll through your news feed, you see blah blah is 8 times more likely to blah blah, you click it, and that opens up a little rabbit hole where you learn about things or behaviors that you never knew existed. So admittedly, in the previous segment, you got a heaping dose of data that's optimized for a YouTube video. Now let's look at the data in the exact same way that I'm looking at it and I'm presenting it to other researchers. So for example, the 33% more likely to experience nausea metric, the viewer may imagine a room with 100 people in it and then 33 of them experiencing nausea, which is very much not the case. The average nausea feeling score from 0 to 10 that each user put in for infrasound is 1.2. For the control group, it's 0.9. That does indeed reflect a 33% increase over the control group, but...
You know what? I gotta give him hella respect for actually, like, coming front and center and explaining this, because a lot of people don't understand this. And I didn't realize number-wise that that's what we were dealing with here either, so I was in that boat as well.
But the numbers are just so low that it doesn't really warrant being prioritized in further research. Another metric that had very low numbers but is worth further research is eye irritation. But this is just yearning for a much larger sample size to verify and figure out what's going on. In my opinion, the only profound metrics here are the spiritual one, with the control group score averaging 4.2 and the infrasound one averaging 2.4. Then dizziness, with the infrasound group averaging a score of 3 and the control group averaging a score of 1.2. And by far the most profound metric of all, and if this gets further research, this is the metric that will probably be the focus of it. The average score in the control group for discomfort was 1.2. The average score for
Holy
discomfort in the infrasound
shit.
group was 4.8. When reviewing that data, it's hard for even the most skeptical person to
Damn.
come to any other conclusion than the presence of elevated levels of infrasound is likely to lower your quality of life. I could probably spend the next hour
makes
criticizing
you
my own research
uncomfortable
and
and
rattling off ways
you
that it could
don't
be
like it,
improved, but a
like,
sample
in an
size of
innate
74
level.
people in a double-blind pilot study is exactly what's needed to get funding for further research, which could improve the research conditions, increase the sample size, and test for different frequencies. What this research really needs is something that most research lacks: repeatability. I currently have 3 different ways of capturing infrasound, each with their own advantages and disadvantages. The first is a special measurement microphone that has a flat frequency response that goes down to 9 Hertz, but it captures all the way down to 3 Hertz. So it's very convenient. It operates just like a microphone, and the only thing it requires is a lot of wind protection. Now, if we want full spectrum infrasonic readings with no fall off, or if we want scientific grade accuracy, or if we want to record below 3 Hertz, we need to leave the microphone world and use high speed vibration detectors. One of these that is relatively affordable and accurate is the Raspberry Shake 3D system, but it does require a whole lot of setup, but it can record indefinitely. The other is a small vibration sensor and accelerometer that's traditionally used to detect abnormal.
Here's your dose of ASMR for the evening, Lackeys. Okay, there you go. That's all you're getting.
Normalities and predict safety problems in large lithium batteries. It's tiny, it's portable, it looks cheap, it is expensive. If we want to treat the data from the Raspberry Shake or the vibration meter like a playable audio file, we need to convert the data into pascals. I used to excruciatingly do this in Microsoft Excel, but now I've made a Python program that can do this with hundreds of files at a time. I'll put it on my GitHub. The majority of the motivation from this project comes from the literally thousands of messages, emails, and comments that I've received over the years from people seeking help or some form of relief from low-frequency noise like the hum or infrasound. And the ultimate lofty goal is for regulators, legislators, or even architects to start taking the environmental effects of sound into consideration when approving or designing a new data center or a new factory or infrastructure component or even a residential building or an office. Prior to this experiment, I feel like we have seen more than enough data to make infrasound monitoring and regulation just as important as air or water quality, especially when you look at the studies pertaining to the cardiovascular effects. It's a very real environmental hazard that has been poorly understood and grossly understudied. And while I suspect that having a universally recognized safety threshold for infrasound might be an overly optimistic goal with a government that can't even enforce their own rules with Elon Musk's methane turbines, it can go a long way in both existing and future lawsuits that seek remediation from problematic noise issues caused by data centers and infrastructure that is actively decreasing both the quality of life and health for those with the misfortune of living near them. I've already been in touch with peers to review and formalize this data, if not expand on it, but in the meantime, there are over 3,000 new data centers that are planned or already under construction in the US alone. And right now is the time to have your local community and legislators set a standard for what is acceptable levels of power use, water use, air pollution, and noise and infrasound pollution. If you have a data center being built nearby your residence and the infrasound research in this video scares the shit out of you, now would be a great time to set up something like a Raspberry Shake and start storing a daily log of seismic and infrasonic activity. Because the vast majority of the responses to complaints and lawsuits is that there is no way of proving whether the infrasound wasn't already present before construction. And even if your legislators have failed you,
you don't have any proof that I wasn't here before you, so get fucked. Like, what the fuck kind of a goddamn excuse?
And have no motivation to help your community, you can bet that class action attorneys certainly do. And once again, if you want to help make more research and content like this possible, or join an amazing community, or have access to a pool of...
That is crazy. Shout out to Ben Jordan for sending us the info we need to know. God damn. Alright, that is our final video for the evening, so we'll be moving into our gameplay here nice and quick. Let me just go ahead and... boink! Put that bad boy away. Get our music shuffled up a little bit, as we will need our own tunes for gameplay tonight. Let's go this one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's get into some Commander for the evening, baby. Let me get through all this. I'm not gonna update it. We'll update this bad boy later. Here we go. Alright. Hello, 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 lackeys. Welcome back to the Nightside broadcast. As always, I will be your hostess for the evening, the Nightside Jinx. There we go, my tears went away. I was like, something looks wrong, but I figured it out. And as always, I will be your hostess for the evening. Oh, nope, I got all tripped up by that. And we are back tonight for some more MTG Forge. Specifically to continue our stream save here. And continue building out our commander deck here. We've got a couple of them put together. We got Old Reliable, our good reliable Derevi Imperial Tactician, so that if our commander keeps getting deleted, we don't have to worry about him. And then in the last episode, we actually had just completed, well, at least completed in heavy quotation marks, to the point where it could definitely use some better cards, but it's functional, of our Geralf the Fleshright. Kind of working with some cantrips, stuff along those lines. Get zombies out. We don't really have a ton of cantrips right now, so I am gonna run All Reliable while we do a little bit of farming for some resources and whatnot. Because I do need some more cards. We will be on the play. Two lands. And a Signet. This is keepable. Do the Dreamroot Cascade. Plains. Guess probably the Arcane Signet, yeah. Just get some mana in there. Get a campfire in there as well. Turn up the background tunes just a little bit. There we are. Wait, right. That's why. Hold on. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Okay. I'm thinking we're gonna go... What am I gonna do next? I just want to know ahead of time. Are we doing the Heron or are we doing Derevi? Probably the Heron, right? Word of the fucking illusions, bro. I'm gonna smack at someone. I swear to God. I don't have a land, so I can't do the Heron. Shit. Okay, it's gotta be Derevi then. I'll keep him alive at least. We're gonna untap the Signet. Yeah, we just gotta pass there. Oh boy. Unblockable. Okay. Let's just mitigate some of that now. Vera Carlacus, you will survive this, I swear to God. Unblockable. Neither of them are flying. Probably Burnished Heart. I've been cucked a bit on lands here. And then we're gonna swing. Yeah, we're gonna swing in. Untap the Signet. Can't block him. What is this? Power or toughness 2 or less. We can do this. Okay, yeah. Stern Scolding. That's why I kept it up. I was like, I'm not about to get overrun by illusions. Let's go... Still only have 3 fucking mana, which is kind of crazy. This will make it 4 at least. Thinking probably untap something. Keep up Titanic Growth for a blocker if they get cocky. I don't think they will though. I'm gonna get in with the Rebbe. You know what? I can't even block this dude. I don't have anything I want to do for 2 mana. No blocks. Untap the Signet. And the Heart. And we've got Titanic Growth in our pocket. Another 3 unblockable because this dude's a dickhead. An illusion with it gets +1/+1 for each illusion. Ooh. Okay. I don't like that. Another Phantom Warrior? You've got to be fucking with me, bro. None of these have flying. I'm feeling like maybe we go attacks first. Perfect. Titanic Growth. Up, big enough to kill. And then we're gonna untap. Got 1 untap. I could put 3 mana. Yeah, I'm gonna untap the Plains. Hey, they failed to put anything in. And then we'll go Circuit Mender. Gain 3 life. Get a blocker. Against him now. It's just... Oh shit, right. It's gonna be forced to block. Artifact or creatures that share a color. Fuck. Well, we'll get another flyer out, I guess.
Now if you need a friend, I'll be there for you. But there's a couple things you must promise me to do.
No half measures, no one-way streets. If it's yours, it's mine. If it's mine, it's yours. And we gotta keep the beat. So hurry, baby, love me better. Treat me better. See me better. We can make the city better. Everyone's getting blocked here. Okay. Nothing too bad for me. I'll take it. I've got to be free. It's the only way to be. Now that I've seen the truth, it's always there for me. Okay, now we got you down dead to rights.
We've gotta stick
No flyers.
together, no matter what the weather. But my days are always sunny when we act this way. The negative won't break up till you show 'em what you made of. So we really can't stop running till
Got
we've
4
had
damage, you're dead, buddy. Sucks to suck. We can make the city better. Ooh. Oh, we better get Pierre in here as well. Oh, you cock. Pure and Toothy. I actually had a Pure and Toothy deck in real life. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can keep an eye out for it because it's a fun deck. Let's do a little more slaying. A little sugar in a cup like a bonbon. Oh, that's keepable. Fucking elves. Search for an elf. If you do, reveal it, put it in hand, then shuffle. Oh boy. Oh, when it dies. King Signet. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. Signet here, bookcase next turn, I think. Okay. Plains, we've got all 3 lands. Drabia. Untap the Signet. We go bookcase now. You ain't swinging at me anymore, are ya? Okay. What is this one? Yeah, it's just a mana dork. Okay. Island. Like 1 more mana. Can't be both my creatures account for greater. This 1 +1. So we can't make that work now. Thinking Hedgewitch Mask. We equip it to the Revi here. Then we go to combat. Go in with the Revi. I'm gonna untap the planes. It may not make much sense, but I've got a plan in mind. Because now we can play the Volrak. That's a land. I will add a land to my hand, because I don't have any proliferate that I want to do. And then we in-turn. Nothing, eh? I got you on the ropes. Were you not expecting this much of resistance? Arcanus the Omnipotent. Do not concern yourself with my origin, my race, or my ancestry. Seek my record in the pits, and then make your wager. I want to know the lore on Arcanus, man. I've never even seen this dude. Like, in actual lore. I think we go to combat, we send in Derevi. Just Derevi. Bring back Derevi's. He's got like, it could be Vigilance if that makes sense, but it's more tactical and like usable Vigilance. Wait, what? Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Create a 1/1 elf equal to the amount of excess damage. Oh, you bitch. No, you're not getting any tokens out of that. Island. Why don't we see what Arcanus has in store for us? Let's draw 3 cards. Assault Monolith. Okay. Let's get you out. Then Circuit Mender. We'll use the Monolith for that. Iron Tread Crusher. What's the crew on this? Oh shit. It's not letting me do my, like... Normally I can see the zoomed in. Oh, there we go. Is it like that? Okay, it's only 3, but at least, like, I don't know why... I'm gonna have to look in the settings, because I don't know why it's not showing us the art on these. But it did just come in this turn, so we can't really do anything with that. We'll just swing in as before. Untap the Revi. Oh, I should have untapped the Monolith. I guess I don't really have anything to do other than an Atlas, so... Infectious Bites. Still no flying. Sucks to suck, buddy. Goodies. Nothing too crazy. What quests do we have right now? Defeat at least 3 elves. Okay. That's a fucking intellect devourer. That's an illusionist. The intellect devourer is gone. Did not mean to go into the city. But I guess while we're here we can do a little looking around, see what's going on. Once it loads, there we go. Everything still looks mostly how it was before. I don't think anything has really changed. What do we got? Basically forced into the city. It's like a gateway city. What is this? Near prospects. Can we transform it? Oh, what the fuck? Hades! During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. The card or token will be put into your graveyard from anywhere. Exile it. Dude, that art is amazing. Starscream? Oh my god, wait, is this Transformer actually good for Commander, or no? More than meets the eye. Flying, whenever you draw a card, if you're the Monarch, target opponent loses to. Whenever one or more creatures deal combat damage to you, convert Starscream. Flying, menace haste, when he deals combat damage to a player, if there is no Monarch, that player becomes the Monarch. What? Convert? Is convert like a different word? When you draw a card, if you're the Monarch, target opponent loses too. Whenever one or more creatures deal combat damage to transform him. And then when he deals damage, if there's no Monarch, that player becomes the Monarch. Oh, wait. What? That's so funky. It almost feels like it was written without people understanding how magic works. So, he deals combat damage to a player. There is no Monarch. That player becomes the Monarch. No worries, Angel. Welcome in. But you steal the monarchy when you deal unblocked damage. Do you steal at the end of combat? So, if there is no monarchy, he creates the monarchy on someone else, and then you take it, I think? And then you become the monarch, which turns him back this way. Oh, that's such a gamble, man. I don't really understand how that works. Am I winning or losing? We're winning so far. We're working on getting some cards together for other decks and whatnot. You made your upkeep, choose an opponent. To end a turn they can't cast spells, you may look at the top card of their library and play it. Oh, Jesus. Put one target creature from grave on top of library. Into Gorgeous Lord of the Deep. Jesus! Create a tapped and attacking token copy of another creature. If it's a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2! Dear God. Okay, so that's your fucking, like, Cthulhu deck. Understood. Kind of tempted to take Starscream. Let's look at some of the other things here. What is this one? Azorius, blue and white. When every squad enters, tap creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter. Bruh. We don't really need any of the white cards, but we do need some blue cards for our zomboning deck, so I'm just checking these. Oh my god, Essex Fractal Bloom. This is like one of the strongest fucking commanders that exists. First time you would create one or more tokens during each of your turns, you may instead choose a creature other than Essex and create tokens that are copies of that creature. Jesus. Onos the Toy Maker. Beast or bird, copy it, make an artifact. There's so many good commanders being offered to me here, man. What about Wooburg? Laura Croft? When the hell did they have this crossover? Whenever it attacks, exile up to one target legendary artifact, card, or legendary card from a grave and put a discovery counter. You may play a card with a discovery counter this turn. At the end of combat, that's so sick. Yeah, it's a secret layer, but it is its own unique card. I mean, that's kind of sick. Just get a bunch of legendary artifacts. Or lands. They're like handing us so many fucking good commanders. Jenny Flint? Partner with Madame Vostra. First strike training when you sack a clue or artifact. Okay. Damn, bro. What's this? Dream Halls.
Let's be lonely, together till the weather clears up. That's enough, like hazy skyscrapers into the sky. On a key and tie side by side, gotta leave it all behind.
None of these are exactly useful for us. There's a lot of weird stuff there.
Could rewind to think I'll likely wind up lying in a desperate kind of silence deep inside of this soul, to where my heart is, where the
Crank the
darkness
background
tends to
vibes
swallow
down
me
a
whole.
little.
We're told to smile for those you feel like you owe it, conceal it, happiness, never show it, get into character, everyone's watching, staring, comparing. There's no
Shit,
sign of
bro.
stop.
I'm gonna end up with another commander deck, aren't I?
But someone explain why I wish every woman stopped talking. Better start walking. If today is a day, I don't want to pretend I accept that. We forget being human is never a setback.
So many good ones. I gotta get Starscream.
Speaking up is impossible, nobody gets that. Wanna spell it out with a melody.
I think that's like gonna be a necessity, just to at least see if it works the way I think it does.
My sense of myself has me held back. Continue chasing that reflection of my innermost pain within the weary smile of someone else I thought was the same. I'm always reaching out, shine away.
It's mono black, it looks like.
Keep it just me. It's better that we trust me. Despite my distorted
Yeah, mono black. Got a good amount of those. I mean, it's just gonna be about like draw cards, right? Because every time I draw, that's how it works, right? Yeah. Land, add the deck. And yeah, that's a draw card. Move a counter, draw card. Draw a card, yeah. Blood tokens, discard, sack. I mean, it's kind of what I want to do. Commander Sphere is a no-brainer. Circuit Mender is no-brainer. Phyrexian Arena, no-brainer. Solemn, no-brainer.
Skyscraper fade into the sky, be like a hazy skyscraper fade into the sky. Forever hazy skyscrapers fade
Good
into
enough.
the
I'll
sky.
take it.
Now, hazy skyscraper, really there's no place I belong.
Corpse Augur. Draw 3, lose 3. Okay. You know, it may not be perfect, but we've got a base started. We're gonna need a whole lot more draw cards that are in black for that. But... actually, let me look at my inventory. Still got bronze coins, which we can actually utilize in some places. Is this one that's got the bronze coin? Draft. No, it is not. Trying to think of what sets had a lot of like cantrip cards, which the term cantrip in Magic the Gathering is like a 1 mana card that like draws you a card and has a small effect. You know, I might even do a little look-see. Let me do a little Google. I ain't confined to the realms of this video game. Hold on. Most common blue mana cantrip cards, MTG. Blue cantrips in Magic. Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordain, Consider, Gitaxian Probe. Okay, so these are like the first few that I need. Let me look here. Hold on. There's a list of 35 of them here, so if I can find some good ones, just to keep an eye on them, see what sets they're from. There's like one set that I'm seeing a lot of. Get your fucking... Don't like our ads? Turn off ad blocker. Get out of my face. There's a lot of old set ones. Some Eldrazi. Enchantments. Illusionist Stratagem is such a good card. I kinda want Illusionist Stratagem, I'm not gonna lie. If we see somewhere doing Kaladesh, we're probably gonna do that, like, draft if I see it's floating around anywhere. What's the Tiefling one? Oh shit, here, I'll go back real quick. I didn't spot that one. Fucking Merfolk Avatar, get out of my face. No. My guess is that was probably in Wooburg. Either here or in the Wooburg. Elder Wizard. Yeah, no Tiefling there. Elemental, Ranger, Dragon. Oh, down here! I didn't even see her. Farida, Devil's Chosen, Tiefling Warlock, Dark One's Own Luck. Whenever you roll one or more dice, Farida, Devil's Chosen gains Flying and Menace until end of turn. If any of them were a 10 or higher, you draw a card. That's pretty good. I mean, red and blue are, like, the dice rolling colors, too, so that's definitely a good commander. Okay, back on our adventure. Probably, yeah, but I was gonna say, probably getting jumped by one of these dudes. Why is it doing that, bro? It's gotta be like a setting thing, right? I'll have to check it after. Oh, there's a lot of dice rolling decks. There's a good few of them that, like, already just pre-exist. I think... Island... Oh wait, keep. Reliquary Tower. Because we're not casting anything turn 1. Target land becomes a 4/4 elemental beast. Okay. Island... We do want our mana ramps out. We want those out before draw. Not getting very good options for our... Yeah, we're in a bit of a slight pickle. Let's... Hey, listen! 30 viewers? Yeah, they've been floating around the, like, 20-30 range since the tradition earlier. They haven't said anything in chat. I wonder if they're, like, fucking just phantoms, like, phasing through. Maybe my stream's been dead long enough that it's starting to actually get haunted. I guess we go Drolf here, right? And then... That's my first spell. So if I do... No, we want to be a bit explosive with it. I'll hold off for a turn. Will be divine. My paws were made for you, to see what they can do. We got Guillotina, baby. Bam, 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 bam. Don't run away. I'll have my way. Listen, I say. Well, I wasn't as explosive as I'd wanted to be, but I needed creatures on the field. We can finally find infinity. This whole affair. Have target creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during the next untap step. You cockbag. Just cancel what zombie is. Sack a creature to draw. Wait, this isn't my draw deck, is it? Not exactly. 1, 2. I've got 4. I can do this. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, someone's message got deleted before I could read it. What if I read it on stream? The hell does that say? Oh, related to Bayonetta. Maybe, I don't fucking know. Definitely has the right same name scheming. Maybe it's her pet. Maybe that's why it keeps fucking coming back from the dead. And then we're gonna go Solemn. Intimidate. Door sharing the color. Okay. Back for more. Give me another land, please. Thank you, thank you. You can't block my Miscloak Herald, so get blasted. There you go. And it enters. Do you think I won't just dump Solemn Simulacrum in front of you, my guy? Why can I not block? Hello? Oh, flying. That would explain it. Another flying, of course. Okay, we're going to need to Vivisection Solemn. Auto. Draw a bunch of cards. This is right share color. Which means if I put it on one of these zombies... Oh no, they are blue and black. Shit. Still got 3 mana. It's just short of what I need though. I'll threaten counter magic, I guess, very slightly. Send in my dude. Fuckers in their goddamn air. Ooh. Okay, island. And then I'm thinking... cards and discard 2 cards. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can deal with one of these dudes. Thing is, I need flying pretty badly. So what we'll do is we're gonna go Galvantic Giant. So, oh, other than the first one, I was about to say, so that says cast, Drolf. Get off your lazy ass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Halo charge scab. Both of those bad boys on the stack. 2 counters on the scab. Vivisection back up on top. Combat in. Yeah, you ain't so... Ooh, you're still gonna attack. I guess it is a 2-2. Honestly, I think I'll take that. Arcade Pawn? Whenever it attacks, draw a card, discard a card. Look at the top of your library. If it's a snow, you may reveal it and put it in your breath. Out here playing snow cards. I think we gotta do this first. Let's go Mindstone, Reliquary. Ooh, Stasis Field. Defender loses all other abilities. Ooh. Do have Ward on their shit, which is gonna be a little annoying. At least on a couple of them. Only one. Out of all of these, I think it's probably best to Stasis Field the Aerialist, even though it does have... Wait, no. We want something with abilities.
Okay, for those who don't have very good rhythm, we're going to get you started on the right foot. Or the left. Let's begin with a simple step pattern.
Oh wait, no, it becomes 0-2.
The sound and feel.
Yeah, Aerialist.
Okay, step to the rhythm. Move to the rhythm. Slide to the rhythm. Spin and do it all over again. Sound and
Get attached, nerd. We've got 4 left. Perfect for a Vivisection. Just take out, I guess just one of the 2-2s. Island for turn. We're gonna have a nice turn next one. I've got 2 damage in the air. It seems like a lot of what we've got. That'll leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. That'll be good enough. Yeah, you can't swing out, can ya? Island. Let's go. Yeah, we'll go Phantasmal Image. 2 and 1. Ooh, you're gonna counter my Phantasmal Image. Okay. That's fine. I got more. Scroll Thief. And an Archmage of Runes, baby. You encountering shit no more, are you, buddy boy? Alright, let's go to combat. Let's think about this. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. If we remove our 4 highest creatures, how much damage do we got? So no scab, and then 2 3/3s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Get Alpha Strike, nerd. Hell yeah. Okay. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand plus 1. You have no max hand size for the rest of the game. Oh. Or it could just be a land. It's a pretty good blue land, honestly. Nothing else too crazy here. Yeah. Draw cards, so it's 7 mana. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand plus 1, so double your hand size. You have no max hand size for the rest of the game. There are a few cards that do that. Like, one of the ones that I always think of is like Praetor's Grasp or something like that. It's a green card. Does something similar. Take a peek in here, why don't we? I'll take some freebies. Any goodies? Ooh, Sky Diamond. So fuck a Manticore. Draws a card at the beginning of the next turn. Okay, this is a cantrip. 1 mana, it draws at the next turn's upkeep, which is a little shitty, but it is a 1 mana card that can let me draw a card to replace itself. That needs to go in Zomboning. Okay. Sneak our way up over here. Chart of Course is dark gray for some reason. What the fuck? Vega the Watcher. When you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. Interesting. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Three colorless mana. Do you mana? Oh. Okay. Intriguing. We got some goodies.
Hey, listen.
I don't think we can get over here without fighting a dude, so I'm just gonna run. Take my stolen loot and skedaddle. I got Vega, it's great. Oh, I bet, because Vega is being cast from the command zone, which, by the way, is not your hand. I think this will be okay. I'm a little worried. Fucking Allosaurus Rider right off the bat. Okay. Well. See, what if I were to say no? I know you exiled cards out of your hand to cast that. I don't care. island. Probably Augury Owl, for safety's sake. Oh, telepathy. Honestly, I think we want all of these. I think we want the island first? No, we've already got one island. We want the Manolith first, then the island, then the telepathy. And the turn that we get that telepathy is the turn we're gonna try and pop off with Drolf, I think. Till then we gotta play defense. Dude's a little screwed in the hand, so we might be able to actually hold off for it. Manolith. Keep our small cost cards in hand. Probably gonna have to take 2 here, but I don't want to make it 3, so we're gonna keep our owl up. Well, if you insist, my friend. Oh my god, he's doing it again. Oh wait, no. Okay, he's revealing, I see. Island. Let's get Drolf out and in play. And we hold on to our things again. I just gotta take the 3. And now we do some shenanigans. We'll go... both of these, yeah, they're both not a zombie, so it doesn't matter which I start with. Zephyr Sprite. Circuit Mender. Gain some life back. Now we've got a board. And the little buddy over here is a little scared to get too deep into. Let me see what you got in your hand. Another Allosaurus Rider, okay. God, Telepathy is such a fun card. Yeah, we'll drop you in. Intimidate. Artifact and sharing a color, you say? In that case, I should probably put you right here. Go to combat, send in the Herald, send in him, send in the Circuit Mender, because if it dies, I draw a card. Send in the Zephyr Sprite. I'll even send in that zombie. Perfect. Okay. Let's go... Do I have enough for the Sphinx now? We definitely want to keep the one in blue for the negate. Let's go for a stasis field. What is this song? Oh, it's from Ib. That makes sense. I was like, we just went into real uneasy territory. Death Touch, you say? Let's go ahead and put a stopper on that, why don't we? Still got that Allosaurus Rider. Wait, what? Hold on. Whenever Sphinx Ambassador deals combat damage to a player, search that player's library for a card, then that player chooses a card name. If I search for a creature that doesn't have the name they picked, I get to play it for free. I understand why this is 7 mana now. You can't be blocked. You basically can't be blocked, and you can't be blocked. Down to 1 HP, my guy. I'm gonna do something. Oh, that's a creature. You're lucky. Still can't cast you. But I could do this. Auto, and then even negate my own thing just for more. It doesn't matter. At that point, I'm BMing. Alpha Strike. Lamb. Hell yeah. Is that our third elf or just our... Oh, there we go. Your defiant defense has gathered the attention of the elves. Elite hunters and more powerful druids expect a greater challenge now. Oh no. Okay, so now I'm gonna be dealing with an elite elf. Understood. Is that you? Golgari elf. Maybe not. Yeah, screw it. This is keepable. It's not great, but... What is this? Oh, an elf. Island... Kinda wanna take a look at what you got going on in here, buddy. Let me see. Swarm Guildmage, Glissa Sunslayer. Oh fuck. That's bad. Lich Lord. They don't have they've got 2 lands though. So they're only gonna be able to play these 2 until they get another one. Okay. Listen, it's not cheating if it's in the game mechanics. Move some things around real quick. There we go. Okay, okay, let's him at least gain life. Definitely feeling merfolk looter here. It's not big enough to threaten his dude, but it does let me keep getting more cards if I get like mana screwed. Don't want to give him the ability to discard cards. I think we just need to pass and then maybe... No, draw that. Get our boy out. Keep him up for now as a possible blocker. Still getting a little mana screwed, aren't you, buddy? Couldn't be me. Definitely a mind sculpt moment. Damn, there were no lands in what he milled either. That's crazy. Well, I might have just dug him out of the spot that he was in. Get ourselves a zombie. And we just got it in there. Dude is thinking hard. Ooh, you're in a bad spot, aren't you? And... I don't really want to discard any cards right now. None of your dudes got Death Touch, do they? No. Let's even out these numbers a little bit. Suddenly got another land. Yeah, I think we Occult Epiphany here. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but I think we do it. For a full 4. I'll keep the Reliquary Tower. Do I need to discard? Okay. I'll keep Reliquary. I'll keep... other one that I'm keeping. Probably the Sphinx Ambassador. Right. Yeah. Put him back in the command zone. I accept your 6 damage. Reliquary Tower. Not quite enough for that yet. We can get Giralf back. Send in my spirits up above to do some damage. Keep our blockers available. AI is really struggling here. Okay. He's probably gonna buff it and give it Intimidate. That's fine. I think we let it through. Urza comes down. Mist-Cloaked Herald. Yeah. Investigator's Journal. Yeah, at least we're getting that benefit of the doubt that we know they're actually using Dex. remove a counter. And for turn. How is this song? CNS from the finals, those hacker group that made the really sick music. Not actual hacker group, I think. Just in Mula. Let's do some damage. Send in them. Send in zombie token. Actually, we don't send in the zombie token. So we need blockers for Glissa. And if we give her a free block here, she's just gonna eat him like fucking tofu. Here. Let's go Sphinx Ambassador. Get a threat on the field, pure and simple. And then we'll take an easy turn here, not even attacking with the spirit tokens. Keep them up for blocks. Come on. Ooh, I knew you were sending someone. You know you want to. Okay, I am thinking we're gonna send one of these spirits in there. Just to block it out a little bit. Hey there, Mississippi. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night so far. Staying happy, staying healthy, staying hydrated. All the usual. We can do both of these. May as well. And then you don't have any blue creatures, it would seem. So we're gonna go ahead and throw Executioner's Hood on draw. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 unblockable. But you know I gotta do the Sphinx Ambassador. What do we got here, my friend? You've got some good cards. I need to select what again? Creature. Okay. What the fuck are... Herald, King of Skemfar. When he enters, look at the top 5, reveal an elf. Feeling a bit of Glissa here. Where we go, Abomination of Llanowar. Here to save the day. Just sore from work? I mean, hey, at least you got some time to relax now. I feel like if I pick Glissa, he's gonna know that I'm going with Glissa. So, we gotta go someone else. We go Lathro. Hell yeah. Lathro, Blade of the Elves. You're a bit backed into a corner, my dude. Gaining life, okay. Alright, well, we had our fun. Shwink. Defile? Minus for each swamp. Ooh. Ooh, and we got that Glissa. And Green's... What is this? Green Sun's Twilight. Choose a creature and or land, put them into hand, rest on bottom. X's 5 or more, put them on battlefield. Oh, dear lord. Okay. Mystic Camp has been successfully defended. Of an invasion. Down south. Okay. Let's make our way over there. Have I been in here? Let's foretold on all spaces. It looks like I have, because this place has been robbed blind. I don't even know what you are. I don't exactly want to know. I'm gonna keep moving. We've been in here. Ooh. What goodies? Zombie card. Honeymoon Hearse, bruh. We really need to build a proper zombie deck at some point, because we're getting a lot of good zombie cards, but the only zombies we're making are the ones from our commander, because we just don't have them. We gotta go in like the black mana area, get some Dimir zombies. Yeah, like cost less if you have a zombie. Okay. I think I can even heist the big chest. And no, I don't mean the one on my body. That one's fake. It's a grappling hook. I've explained that many times. It doesn't count. It's a facade. A lie. There we go. Home of the Infinite. Conjure a random card from Tome of the Infinite spellbook into your hand. It perpetually gains. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast this. I've never even heard of this. Fractured Sanity? Each opponent mills 14 cards. When you cycle it, each opponent mills 4. God damn. Action. We'd like an epic abstract illustration of a fantastical moon, not the real-life Earth moon, which is cracked open. Wait, is this Emrakul re-escaping from the moon? Oh my god, horsemanship. Fuck that ability. Horsemanship is the most bullshit thing ever. It's literally just unblockable. Knight of the Mists? Okay, no, flanking and, like, banding are even worse. I'm not even gonna fucking try with that bullshit. Ow. Well. This dude decided he was gonna pick a fight. Let's see if I get out of here with my loot intact. Okay. That's a good hand. Stuffy Doll is crazy. Island. Wizard class, of course. Intern. Artifact. Spells costless. Okay. Let's go Patchwork Banner. Yeah, Patchwork Banner. I'm gonna choose Zombie. And then we're gonna go... Draw. Get our boy out in play. Clockwork Gnomes, regenerate artifact. Oh god, it's a blue artifact deck. We're fucked. Well, I guess Commander's Plate. Get that in play. Did take like his whole turn last turn to cast that. Dump it back to your hand, why don't we? One of these to the grave? No, I kinda want both of them. We'll go Island first, then the journal. Upgrading your wizard class some more, I see. See if it gets you there quick enough or if I outpace you, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna get Stuffy Doll in play too. That thing is insanely good. As it comes into play, choose a player. I'm choosing Apprentice Blue Wizard. It's an indestructible 0/1. Whenever it's dealt damage, it deals that much to the chosen player. And then you can tap it to deal 1 to itself. It's literally a fucking, a voodoo doll. Oh, I should have swung in. Whoops. Dudes out again. A lot of dudes, Jesus. I'm thinking Archmage of Runes. May not do a ton this turn, but getting that discount on a future turn will be very, very, very beneficial. None of these have flying, right? Nope. Sweet. Just pass the turn, play it nice and slow. buddy. Buddy. When this creature becomes tap, draw a card, discard a card, blue artifacts. None of these are giving you unblockable, my dude. I was gonna say, you don't even want to swing that thing. Okay. Let's go Investigator's Journal. Mind Sculpt. We'll just do both of those. Zombie, know him a bit. Already did a land for... this is my song, what the fuck? I need a bloodshot, drink it in. I recognize the like shot with a grin. In the background from my like intro. With some sin, let's try a little bloodshot. Who will win? I wanna Yami ni sakawa kurenai no hana. Definitely think we draw here. Yoru no soko yorimairu. Both of that. Bloodshot mixed with some sin. You're nothing but a bloodshot. Make a zombie, make it a little bigger. I crave a little bloodshot. Where do you begin? You're my little bloodshot, and I'm your fin. I wanna bloodshot, drink it in. I down another bloodshot with a grin. I need a bloodshot to the head. Trying to see what I can swing in. Tell you're dead. It's just a little bloodshot in the dark. I never miss. I don't think we've got what we need right now to swing in. We need another turn or two. Bloodshot mixed with some sin. You're nothing but a bloodshot, breathing you in. I crave a little bloodshot. Where to begin? You're my little bloodshot. Just keep skyrocketing these gnomes. I wanna Okay. See, now, all of these times of you doing that is gonna make me bloodshot mixed with some sin. You're nothing but a bloodshot, breathing you in. I crave a little bloodshot. Where to begin? You're my little bloodshot, and I'm your fin. Bottom. I wanna bloodshot mixed with some sin. You're nothing but a bloodshot, breathing you in. I crave a little bloodshot. Where to begin? You're my little bloodshot, and I'm your fin. I need a tasty. I don't think it's quite on par in terms of like quality of my other songs that I've put out over the years, but I was trying to do a bit of a different thing with that one where I had those bits of Japanese in there because I had never actually attempted to like speak understandable Japanese really before. I think we hold on to mana for these counter spells. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We don't have anyone unblockable, do we? No. Just gonna pass it off to you, buddy. You just refuse to swing into me because my stuffy doll's gonna do 14 to you if you do. We can sit at the stalemate all you want to, my guy. You ain't going nowhere with it. This whole affair. Put this to the commander. Do a 5/6. Let's remove a suspect counter. Soul Ring. Still got our 2 mana sources. Say you'll be mine. We'll be divine. My claws were made for you, 'cause I see what they can do. The Guillotina song is so good, man. Very electro-coded. Hello? Earth to Blue Mage. You gotta cast something. No? Expedition map. Oh, he's sacking it. Oh no, he's casting it. It's fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove a counter. When it enters, return target creature to its owner's hand. Oh, well, don't mind if I do. Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. Bounce those gnomes you've been doing oh so much work for. And then we get in here with some damage, finally. Only a touch here and there. With our flyer, with our... Just our flyer for now. We gotta remember on the end of their turn to be tapping the Stuffy Doll to damage them. Roll down the hole, shot through a hole. Let's do a bit of a Vex here, I think. In the underground. Have I summoned Exodia yet? We're working on it. We got the Stuffy Doll in play. It's Exodia's Forbidden Third Blade. Casting another Riddlesmith. Draw cards equals number of cards and take inventory. Okay. When you push down the nose, push me back to tank. What are you? Enters tap? Okay. Got any lands left over here, buddy? No? Cancel. One? I don't think they have a mana dork. Get countered, nerd. And then, just for good measure, get you out of here, buddy. Little turds, 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 and by your doorstep. Get our Sprite in here. Oh, I didn't tap the Stuffy Doll again. Fuck me. Biggest thing you got is a 3/5. Not what I'm doing. so let's go to combat. Send you in. Send in the swarm. Send in unblockable, flying. Keep one of the 3/3s, send a 4/4. Bring you down a little ways here, friend. What's that? You want to keep up blockers because things look bad for you? Who could have seen that coming? It's an enchantment. Oh, he decked out! He decked out! Hell yeah! That's funny as fuck. Draw a card, draw. I do not have multiple take inventories in my deck game. I got the achievement decked out, win a game from an opponent drawing from an empty library. Hell yeah. Yeah. Sneak my way out of here now that I've dealt with the main goober. I guess that is the one advantage that commander decks have, is that they don't deck out as quick as the other ones. They've got 40 more cards to work with. Jesus. That'd be insane for any Super Friends deck. Planeswalkers you control have 0 proliferate and -12 take an extra turn? That's insanity, dude. Okay, what do we got here? Ooh. Is Alondra and Talrand related? Because Talrand's Sky Summoner summoned Drakes. And this is Sky Dreamer Alondra. This could actually be really good. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a Drake with flying. Whenever you draw your 5th card, Alondra, Sky Dreamer, and Drakes you control each get +X/+X, where X is the number of cards in your hand. We could honestly put this in our zombie deck, because we've got a lot of card draw. Oh, you immediately lose on running out in Legends of Runeterra. Okay. You don't have to, like, draw from an empty deck, you just instantly lose when the last one is drawn. I think we take Alondra here. She seems pretty useful. What's this? Tim's Prestidigitation? Greensleeves? Why do I know this? Oh damn. Oh, he creates badgers. That's funny. For some reason the name Greensleeves is one that I recognize. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Treefolk Wizard? Bro, your fucking branches are above where the fucking atmosphere is. Differently named lands? What the fuck? Wormcoil Engine. Ooh, that's good. Oh my god, Wormcoil is just a good card. Let's take a look at some of these others. Wonder is also a crazy find. We're gonna grab Wonder for sure. Slowbad Iron Goblin. Oh my god, the red Phyrexian dude must have actually helped him. The Forge embraces all who contribute to the great work. Sack an artifact, add an amount of red equal to the sacked mana value. That's kinda crazy. And then I do want to say what exactly we're running in here. Zendikar Rising. I don't think I really need Zendikar Rising stuff. Ooh, oh, our auto cell was loaded with shit we didn't need. Now we got some money to work with. What is this song? Oh, it's fucking Neon White. It was one of the, like, ambient freak-out sound effects. Ooh! Rapping like a vampire wrapped in a black sash, all blood, everything blood red Adidas. Color coordinated, know the jam when you see us. Flying down the hills on the wheels of steel. Jet set blades on parade in the shade. I'm the type of catch you can't spot in the mirror. Only talk to girls who dress just like Vampira. She got mascara, we got masks to scare you. Cruel claws that tear you, cruel eyes that glare at you. This is one of my favorite songs. This used to be my outro song for a while. Yeah, that's what I was saying is like, because the Red Praetor's the chill dude. Everyone else wants to fuck with things, but Red has always been the, like, color of free will, passion, and emotion. So, the fact that Slowbad was just like, I'm a mech suit the fuck out, pull an Edward Elric, or Alphonse Elric? Alphonse Elric. What the hell? Many mouths to feed, little time for small talk. Interesting. What's going on here? Good day, adventurer. As you can see, we have quite a situation here. Yeah, what's happening around here? For unknown reasons, the slivers of the Skep have become hostile and have been launching raiding parties into the various towns of Shandalar. General Jarkald has summoned a large host to deal with the situation. So you intend to storm the hive and hope for the best? Well, we tried that before, but due to the huge amount of slivers, we haven't had much progress outside of walling off the hive to prevent further attacks against the surrounding villagers. Can I deal with them? Slivers form a hive mind, meaning that their queen would if their queen is somehow neutralized, the sliver itself won't be a problem anymore. Sadly, we don't have a brave volunteer who's willing to enter the hive and deal with the queen. I can deal with it, but what's in it for me? Outside of the thanks of the people of Shandalar for dealing with these horrific creatures, I will give you a fancy new piece of armor that will help you in your upcoming adventures. Deal with the queen and come back to me to receive your reward. I'll have my men open the gate and let you into the hive. Good luck, adventurer. Oh, damn. Okay. These, like... Oh. An Impakal, the Thousandth Moon. When you talk with non-gnome creatures, put a counter on her, then create gnomes tapped and attacking equal to the counters on her. Fucking gnomes? Assuming it's all Boros, yeah. Zao the Moonslayer, you bitch. Oh my god, he's got Blood Moon built into him. That's nasty. Menace, non-basic lands intertapped, put a Conqueror counter on him for 7. As long as he has a Conqueror counter, non-basic lands are mountains. He's just a fucking... It's either Blood Moon or Blood Sun, one of those two. That's crazy. Okay. Don't really need any of that. Arms and armor. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Mind Carver? Jesus. Oh, shit. High Court. High Prefect Morcant, or High Perfect, whatever. Whenever it or another elf enters, each opponent blights 1? What the fuck is blight? Tap 3 untapped elves, proliferate. Oh my god, Princess Yue! When Princess Yue dies, I love how one store over we have the dude who killed the moon, and then here we have the moon. Or at least I'm assuming, I've never actually seen many of the episodes of Avatar, but him being called Slayer of the Moon, I can only assume knowing that this is like a princess of the moon. Also, there's a really crazy deck you can make around Princess Yue. When Princess Yue dies, if she was a non-land creature, return this card to the battlefield tapped under your control. She's a land named Moon that taps for a colorless. Hold on. Because it doesn't remove their other abilities, so you can still tap her to scry too. That's what it was. Okay. Okay, you can do some crazy manipulation with the command, or with the legendary rule with her, where you have a clone come in that's a copy of Yue. The clone will come in as a copy, legend rule kicks in. You sacrifice the clone dies as Princess Yue still, which means that it comes back to the battlefield and like has the whole like, oh, turn it into a moon effect on the stack. But because it doesn't remove its other abilities, when it comes back into play, you can turn this land that you are now, like, creating into having the abilities of anything else on the field. Oh, we've gotta get Yue. That's, like, one of my favorite decks that I have on fucking Tabletop Sim. Skeleton Noble? Can't block. When he dies, create Jumble Bones, a 2/1 black skeleton legendary token with a can't block, and when it leaves, return the Clattering King from grave to hand. Ooh. That's just a cool card. I'm getting it off of cool percentage. Wait, what was that? Feast of Succession. All creatures get -4. Dude, Seth MacKinnon does some crazy fucking art. Look at this shit, dude. If I ever got, like, a full body, like, back tattoo style thing, it would have to be a Seb MacKinnon art, because it's just, like, it has this gothic love behind it that I'm here for. Sliver Hive. Ooh, I do have my Sliver Commander. Goad is not helpful for us. That would be helpful for our Sliver deck. Protection from the chosen color is insane for Slivers. Reaching Sliver is also insane. When this permanent comes into play, you may Fate Seal 1. Look at the top of an opponent's library. He or she may put that on the bottom of that library. That's kinda sick. Poisonous one gives poison counters, yeah. Yeah. All slivers are colorless. That basically would give them protection from the ward sliver. It's just a nice combo piece with what we were already doing. This is cool. I've never seen one of these where it's like a little, like, city. It's like under siege. Can I pet the horse? The horse looks at you with disinterest. Pat, pat, pat. Good day to you, adventurer. Good day to you, adventurer. Good day to you, adventurer. Wait, there was another dude who wanted to talk up here. Good day to you, adventurer. You're just another. These things won't get past this gate. You can count on that, adventurer. Wait, so is this where I go in? No. What if I go around? No. Trying to break the game already, Jesus. Well, I'm not exactly interested in fighting these goobers right now. I'm interested in robbing them blind, if that's at all a Hello? The wounded sliver looks at you interestedly. What are you? I'm the queen of the slivers of the steppe. At least I used to be until my position was usurped. Usurped? What are you talking about? For millennia I've been keeping the slivers of the steppe healthy and peaceful, keeping them under control to prevent them attacking outsiders. Everything changed when the Sliver Queen attacked, and took control over this hive. As you can see, I was unable to defeat her, so I guess the Sliver Queen is causing them to be this aggressive. Exactly. She's been assembling a mighty host of slivers from all around the multiverse. Soon enough she'll have an army large enough to conquer the whole of Shandalar. Where is she located? I'll take care of it. I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, the Queen is not an opponent to take on lightly. First of all, in order to gain access to her lair, you need to defeat 3 of her lieutenants that are scattered around here in the steppe. Only then will the magic shield disappear and you be able to enter her lair. Consider it done. What's this? That's the barrier. Okay. I do see money, which I just spent a large portion of. And I would like to regain. Oh my god, Octavia. That's a sick art. Tyler Crook. Signature spells. When it enters, seek 2 instants and or sorcerers with mana value 3, then exile. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a copy for free. Oh, damn. 200 gold. That just paid for one of those cards we just grabbed up earlier. Do see more money. I want the money. I would like to take it, and I don't know why my first instinct was to say shove it up my ass, but I don't think that's at all what I should be doing with gold coins. Like, I have no fucking clue why my brain decided that's how I was gonna say that. Okay. Nothing too crazy. Battle of Wits is such a funny fucking card. There's like a big story behind Battle of Wits. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 200 or more cards in your library, you win the game. The wizard who reads 1,000 books is powerful. The wizard who memorizes 1,000 books is insane. So there isn't a limit on other formats other than Commander on how many cards you can have in your deck. As long as it's like shuffleable and playable. They may have changed that. But at a tournament, a dude built like an 8-foot tall deck specifically designed to win through Battle of Wits. And it is fucking legendary in Magic the Gathering history. Ooh, Dragon Peasant. What? Thrakus the Butcher. He's literally just a butcher. He likes make a food for people. Whenever he attacks, double the power of each dragon you control. Oh god. He's feeding the dragons, I understand. Okay, okay. We'll have to come through here and free the Sliver Hive eventually. I really don't think we have a deck that is consistent enough to deal with fucking slivers. Let's just say, like, if you know, you know. You don't want to get caught in the way of a sliver. Let's see. Yep. A Chroma Memorial. Oh my god, man. This is an amazing fucking thing. Hold on, I'm gonna turn down the background noise slightly there, little lad. A Chroma's Memorial. 7 mana legendary artifact. Creatures you control have, and I quote, all of these: flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, protection from black, and protection from red. That is a crazy fucking thing to pull here. And our first Planeswalker. This would actually be pretty good for our zombie deck, because it's going to be drawing cards and milling the opponent, and then I can make the opponent mill 10 for 0. And then at a -7, any number of target players draw 20. That's usually gonna deck out one of the peeps. When is there gonna be another Lackey night? Oh shit. Oh shit. I kind of forgot about those, I won't lie to you. Not in like a bad way, because I did enjoy them, but like, we went a while without doing them, and it slipped my mind that we... So, for those who are watching who don't know, we used to do Lackey nights every, like, end of the month, where it would be specifically games voted for by the Lackeys that are multiplayer to, like, hang out and play games with the Lackeys. We gotta get back into that for sure. Probably within the next month or two. I think I've already scheduled things this week for the end of the month. Yeah, because the 28th is the end this month. But we definitely got to get back to doing those. Merfolk of the Pearl Trident. It's just a 1/1. Okay. More loot. This place is a maze. Oh, more loot down there too. Oh shit. Don't mind me, slivers. Just passing through. Whoa. Beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, exile this and put 5 cards from your... Egon, God of Death? Death touch 6/6 for 3? Oh, fuck. But you have to keep exiling things from your grave. What's his flip? Beginning of upkeep, mill a card, exile a creature from your grave, draw a card. Okay. This card art is just crazy good, man. Interesting. Snag a few of these bad boys before I... Oh, hey! Oh my god, another stuffy doll is crazy. Fucking Door to Nothingness. Oh god, this is another one of those iconic cards. 5 mana, it comes into play tapped, so it has to survive a round before it comes back to you. And then you pay 2 Wooburg, so 10 mana, 2 of each color. Sacrifice Door to Nothingness, tap Sacrifice Door to Nothingness, which is why you gotta wait for it to untap. Target player loses the game. Okay. Oof. How the hell do I get... I was talking to people, I think. Some peeps that I didn't interact with. Shit, that's where that treasure chest was. It's up here. Blammo. Sirocco? Reveals his or her hand to all players. For each blue interrupt they hold, pay life or discard the card. That's fucking funny. This is literally the, hey you, stop fucking playing blue counter magic, you bitch. Show us your hand, pay 4 life for every counter spell you got in your hand or discard it. Fuck you. Eridu, Carrier of the Elemental God! 3 and 2 white. I don't even know what set that is. 3 and 2 white. Flying lifelink. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay black to transform Eridu into Isilu, Carrier of Twilight. Flying lifelink each other non-token creature you control as persist. That's sick. That's a really cool, like, concept for a card. Okay, okay, we're getting lots of goodies. This is why we like to do a little thievery.
Hey,
A little theft goes a long way. Yeah, it looks amazing. Because for those who don't know, persist means that if it's not a human creature and it dies, it comes back with a -1 or if it's specifically not a human creature and doesn't have 1/1 or -1/-1 counters on it, it will automatically come back when it dies with a -1/-1 counter. So if you manage to remove the -1/-1 counter, your creatures will just keep coming back forever. There's like a famous combo with a black card called Mycaeus the Unhallowed that says like all other non-humans you have persist or whatever. And then there's another creature that prevents counters from being put on your creatures. So if your creatures have persist and they can't get the -1/-1 counter, you can't remove them from play. They will always manage to fuck you up. Also, there was dudes over here that I couldn't... Hold on, maybe I gotta like cycle around the whole ass place to talk to him. Whoa, 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 what is this game? This is MTG Forge Adventure. It's a Magic the Gathering... Oh god. A Magic the Gathering game, entirely single player, entirely free, and it has basically every card that's ever been released for Magic the Gathering. And then, on top of even that, you can go around and play even Commander in this, because I have a Commander-focused setup that we're doing here. All of mine are Commander decks, because it's what I always play. We got Giralf, we got Old Reliable, Derevi. Very, very fun, very, very addicting. I've been hooked on it for a while. Let's get up here. I want to see if I can cycle around to that outside edge that I saw the other dudes that I couldn't talk to or get over to. Oh shit, money. Don't mind me, buddy. Just gonna rob you a little blind. 250 gold blind. Grab that bad boy. Yeah, this is wrapping around, isn't it? No! I wanted to go talk to the dudes. Maybe there's an exit over here somewhere I can take advantage of. I almost got jumped. Avoiding all of the fucking slivers, because sliver... Slivers are simply not something you want to fuck with, if you can avoid it. Yeah, because there's fucking peeps over here I could talk to. But I can't get over to them. Unless this gate maybe opens once I've restored peace to the city. And then I get my big reward. Over here. Sneak my way out without engaging with any of these dick faces. They're not what I am here to fuck with. Maybe this path goes where I'm trying to go. Nope. Gets me absolutely nowhere. Okay. Before we get too far here... Oh shit, this is Starscream. I forgot about that. Rename. Starscream. Oh, Right, that's what I was. It's like, what the fuck did I put at the end of these when they're still getting worked on? And then this one is going to be Tonight We Steal the Moon. Also still work in progress. As this bad boy is gonna be Princess Yui. Now we want copy cards. Phantasmal Image. Clone. Not exactly helping me. I'm gonna get on this and be brewing like a freak. Yeah, that, like, I'm such a, like, I've played on Tabletop Sim for quite a while, and, like, Tabletop Sim is nice because you just have whatever deck you want, right? You just make it, boom, now it's yours. But, like, at a certain point, gathering and gaining the cards and having to, like, build it with what you have rather than what cards exist is so much more fun to me. I don't have any more copy cards. We need a lot of clone cards for this deck. Because, like, there's... Here, I'll even show you... I'll show you the video here. We'll take a slight break from some gameplay, and I'll show you the actual video. Like Pokemon, but with cards. Yes, exactly. Like, a large part of the pull for a lot of these card games in real life for people is gathering the cards they need, or finding them. And this game lets you fucking do it in an amazing way. Hold on, hold on. Let's take a slight pause moment here while I show you the deck that I am working on building here, if I can find it. Hold on. Smell coming from? Where's that smell coming from? Here it is. Meet you. Add you in. Get you put where you need to be. One moment. Apologies. Son of a bitch. It's always difficult to maneuver shit in this. Other... We don't want it above chat and stuff. Where the fuck? Am I crazy? There it is. Okay, right here. One moment, one moment. Here we are, here we are. I believe I put the link in the description as well for anyone who's wanting to get this game and play it some themselves. I know some of the Lackeys downloaded it and have been playing alongside with some of their decks that they've been tossing together. Hold on, hold on. Princess Yui MTG Commander deck. Let me see if I can find the video, because I played with it a good bit. Where the hell? Hold on. YouTube.com. Because I know I didn't watch it anytime recently, but I might be able to find it if I do a little looking. MTG. Let's see. Can I see it set this to only ones that I've watched before? Shit, bro. I can't find it. Let me see if I can find it this way, maybe. Is it this dude? No.
Once again to Commander by Danon.
Is this the one?
Welcome once again to Commander by Danon. Today, now, since we're going to be putting so many lands onto the battlefield...
No, I'm not going for landfall. That wasn't it. Was it this one?
Which commander is printed in 20...
it was this one. So...
Which commander is printed in 2025? Can...
Let me see here. Where are you at? UA. Where is the... Oh, right. Literally number 1 here. Okay. One moment. Oh shit, it's underneath this. Here, sorry, I just gotta crop some stuff in, make it look good for you lackeys. Then we do a little bit of transform, fit to screen. That's not fitting it to screen, that's making it way too big for the screen. Okay, here we go. Blap. Okay. I'll show you here real quick what exactly this deck is built to do, if I'm not mistaken.
And the number 1 slot for most interesting commander goes to none other than the moon herself, UA. No, not that UA.
No, yeah, not that
UA
one.
at all. I'm talking about this UA.
Hell yeah.
When UA dies, she turns into the moon.
That's rough, buddy.
She retains her other abilities, namely her Scry 2 ability, but she's a land instead of a creature, and she can tap for colorless. Huh. Is that it? Seems like not well you forgot that clones exist and they can enter as a copy of UA. I learned about this from a series of excellent shorts by Jolly St. Click, but if a clone enters as UA and dies to the legend rule, it comes back thanks to that death trigger. But since it's a clone, as it enters, you get to turn it into something else before it's moonified. And the end result is that, with the right clone, you can create a copy of any permanent you want, except it's the moon. It loses all other types and simply becomes a land. Want a land with loyalty abilities that your opponents can never swing at?
Make it a
Just copy a
planeswalker.
planeswalker.
Yeah.
Want to be practically invincible to most decks? Moonify a Platinum Angel or a Platinum Empyrean. Want to shut down the game forever, you monster? Put a Navineral's Disc or a Boom Pile on the moon. They don't destroy land permanents. Monster, put a
Navineral's Disc. My land now has pay 1 mana, tap, destroy all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Get fucked, no one's playing the game again.
Navineral's Disc or a Boom Pile on them.
Flip a coin, if you win, destroy all non-land permanents.
They don't destroy land permanents. Do whatever. Make a goddamn food token the moon. You can do that. It's such a genius idea that I'm envious I didn't think of it myself.
Yeah.
Clone permanents that want to be tapped like Surge Spanner or Marrow Levitator. Steal creatures with Chamber of Manipulation and then use something like a Polymorphous Rush to turn it into the moon, which comes back under your control, by the way, and tie it all together with the Scry synergy. Since UA taps to Scry 2 for free, and that is not an insignificant ability. Did you know that if you play the Suva and it copies a moon, it actually comes back in as a creature because the moon effect doesn't apply in layer 1? The layers are bad.
The layers are
a completely
bad.
flawless commander. I really wish she had access to white, and it could be tough to differentiate her from, well, like, regular clone decks. But come on, I have never seen my Discord link in the description as ablaze with activity as when UA was discovered. She came out of nowhere. Everybody overlooked her, myself included, and it took someone truly thinking outside the box to make her something incredible. She is, by far, the most interesting commander of 2025.
And we just got her, baby. We just got her. So, if I bring us back into... Bring us back into here. Tonight, motherfucker, we steal the moon. So, we're gonna have to find some good things to put into this deck. It's not something that just builds itself. But it's very interesting and very fun, so we're gonna have a lot of shenanigans to put in here. We do need more copies, though. If we don't have clone effects, we're kind of fucked. So we're gonna need a lot of those. Let's go back to zomboning. Oh, these are just background. I thought I could walk into them. Well, that was a very worthwhile place to go for our damn quest. We do need to go turn this quest in down here south of the city, so let's head that direction. Get some more money along the way. Maybe grab some free loot. Oh, I'm not getting anything for free in here other than some crystals. I guess black mana is all about giving you things, but none of it's gonna be for free. It's all gonna have a cost. Excuse me? I was trying to enter said building over here, Mr. Geist fuckface. This is not a very good hand. It may seem like it is, but it's really not. We need to be able to cast things. I guess we'll ditch Campfire. It's a one-cost spell, but we're gonna cast it early anyways, probably. Island. Let's go... What is this? Tap up to 3 creatures, that's nice. Drop an island. Do we hold off for a counter? No, I think we need the Investigator's Journal, get some card draw. Nah, I'm gonna slow him down. Sneaky bitch. Okay. Yikes. Okay, now I need to play the journal. Because I need card draw. And... let's get Geralf out, just so he exists. It's a flyer, though I can't really stop him. Oh! What? He's already oh no, he's not tapped. I'm an idiot. What the fuck just happened there? How did that get a 1/1 counter? Am I missing something? What the fuck? Oh, investigate, probably. Okay. Three mana is not great. Kinda need to draw another land. And then we will pass for now, I think. Keep up the counter magic. Because things are gonna get bad quick on that other field. Speak of the devil. We're just gonna essence scatter that. Yeah. I'm not dealing with that tonight. No thank you. These flying dick faces are not making it easy on me. Swiftfoot. Level 2. Let's evoke you. Get a zombie, get some draw effects. Already played a land. Got no mana. Need to even the numbers a bit here because I can't block any of his dudes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Island. Yeah, we're gonna cast Sleep here. I think it's gonna be a bit necessary. I have no idea how computers work and I have no idea how to download this. That, unfortunately, you might have to look up you'll either have to use the installation guide further down on the page that's linked, or you will have to look up a separate video for it, because I'm also not exactly the best when it comes to figuring out all the little bits and pieces. Let's do Fort Vessel. Then we'll use the Swiftfoot Boots here. Swing all out. Untap. Oh, you bitch. He's tapping my things down. Negate. I don't think I want that. Oh, do I just win? I might actually just win here. Commanders play it. Equip Commander's Plate to a commander.
Hey, listen.
If I don't win here, things get really bad for me. I'm like 1 mana short of what I needed to guarantee a win. Shit. Okay. Let's just get in there for what we can. Oh fuck, I didn't move the boots over, damn it. Yeah, and I just lose here because of me being a little short on items. That's fine though. Why can't I move down here? Oh. There we go. Elves are still angry about the defilement of Sacred Tree, but we have gained some gold and some local rep. That's what I like to see. Stolen by the Fae. Nothing too crazy. What's going on at the inn here? Damn, our auto cell is kicking some ass for us. What do we even got in here? Yeah, they're all things we've already got. Making hella money. What do we got going on here? Foundations? I don't even know what the fuck set Foundations is from. Or like how long ago it was. We want to stop by as many places as we can because we've got so much money. If we find clones, we definitely want them. The fuck? Wind Dancer would be a good thing to copy and turn into a moon. I think we take that. Just to have a land that taps to give something flying. That'd be pretty solid. There's that Phantom Steed the other dudes keep using. Don't think we need that. Do want to check the blue shop. Shifty doppelganger creature from hand into play. Not quite the kind of clone that I need. But this wouldn't be a bad one to reroll. Draw 2 cards. Oh my god, this is this dude, Aberrant Researcher. Holy fuck. Oh wait, no, this isn't the one that I'm thinking of, is it? There's like Perfecter of Forms or Docent of Research or something like that that creates these dudes, basically. It like has a similar effect and it makes all of your wizards become flying like fucking 5/4s. Token copy of a creature, except the token has flying and isn't legendary. Well, we don't want token copies, we need physical copies. Because it needs to not vanish when it hits the graveyard. Still nothing. Choose target artifact creature you control for each creature token, or each creature chosen this way. Create a token copy. Overload. Oh my god. Gift a tapped fish? Oof. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast the spell. If you do, they create a 1/1 blue fish before the other effects. Return creature an opponent controls to hand. If gift was promised, return non-land permanent. Okay. None of these are exactly what we want here. Commander is mono blue, so we may as well just cycle through these. Looking for permanents that have good abilities. Nothing immediately being handed to us, but we've got some possibilities. Roll 2d8 and choose one result. Draw cards equal to the result. Okay. Thanks. We're not really getting too much of what we need. A 1/1 Thopter with flying onto the battlefield. I don't think having a copy, like, there's not a ton of things that'll copy an enchantment, sadly. Usually it's like artifact, creature, or enchantment, actually. I feel like Thopter Spy Network is worth grabbing. I'll snag that. Oh my god, there's a new Fibblethip, Lost on the Range. Look at the top card of your library at any time. Top card has plot. Plot cost is equal to mana cost. You may plot non-land cards from the top of your library. Katara, Bending Prodigy. Need some permanent effects and we're not getting many. We keep getting the shifty doppelganger. Mirage Mockery. Token copy. Oh, token copy. Fuck. Turn permanent. Holographic Assistant. Oh, this is from Spider-Man. I thought this was Doctor Who for a minute. Whenever you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. That's an amazing card to turn into the moon. Protection from red. What is this? Fish liver oil, bruh. Switch target creature's power and toughness till end of turn. That could be good to have on a land. Okay. Gonna burn through so many of my mana shards here. Frogify is just funny. I really like Frogify. 2 more gates, Echoing Truth. Steam Frigate, bruh. I guess we'll take Frogify. I feel like we have an Echoing Truth, but I'll take your word for it, game. Tamashi Reality Architect. Oh. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. This triggers only once each turn. X and a white, return a land you control to its owner's hand, return target artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less from grave to battlefield. That's pretty useful. It's got white in it though, so it can't go in my deck. Ooh, whenever you or a permanent you control is the target of a spell or ability controlled by one of your opponents, you may draw a card. Yeah, I'll take that. Turn up our background tunes a little now that we're not on the video anymore. Whenever this becomes tapped, draw a card, discard a card. That's insanely good. That's a draw a card, discard a card when we use the land for mana. Something very fishy's going on in the cemetery. All the corpses are alive. My voice is not warmed up for singing right now. I can't get up to the high range. What the fuck is this? Excuse me? Whimsy. Sorcery, 2 blue and X, play X random instant effects, I'm assuming? So this is just gonna throw, like, X random fucking instant speed spells? We've gotta equip that. I need to know what that does. Oh! So you remember that Basalt Monolith that we have, right? That artifact that taps for 3 colorless and untaps for 3 colorless instead of doing it on the start of turn. This is the classic fucking combo with Basalt Monolith. Basalt Monolith power artifact. The activation of target artifact's abilities is reduced by 2. It can't reduce it below 0. So, or below 1. So now with this power artifact on Basalt Monolith, it taps for 3 and I pay 1 colorless to untap it. That is a combo piece. Yoink. That gives me infinite colorless mana. Okay. Beginning of your upkeep, put a 1/1 counter on it. During your upkeep, pay 1 for each counter. If it leaves play, or kill it. If it leaves play, put an orb into play under opponent's control. Treat it as a creature with flying. Oh my god, what the fuck? So this thing is big for us, and we have to pay, as it keeps getting bigger, we have to keep feeding it, and if we stop feeding it, it goes to my opponent's field. That's nasty. Ooh. Enters the battlefield tapped. Not really what I need. Wandering ones, what the fuck? Let's roll again. We need some clones really badly. What the fuck? This is a mythic. Top 13 of their library into graveyard. Put it away. Put it onto battlefield transformed. What the fuck does it turn into? Deal combat damage to a player, return it to its owner's hand, and its skulk. That's really good. That's a good... It's a 13 mana mill. And then on the next turn, I create a 1/1 skulk that if it manages to hit someone, I get to startle them awake again. It's just good for mill. Gain control of a creature as long as it has any enchantments on it. That would be amazing to put in the moon. As long as it's paired with another creature each of them has when it attacks each opponent mills equal to its toughness. I mean, if we lock something with Soul Bond in the moon, we get to do that Soul Bond pairing whenever any creature comes in. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, graveyard from your library. Okay, I read that as when Narcomoeba is put into your graveyard from play, you may put it into play, and I went, so it just loops back into play and you can't get rid of it. That's horrifying. Not quite as deadly and dastardly as I thought. One Shitong Librarian. When it enters, put X counters and draw half X cards. When an opponent searches, put a counter on him and draw. Okay. Opponents don't search their library as much in these other formats that the enemies are using like they do in Commander. None of those are what we need. Counter spell. Ooh, having a counter spell on a land would be good. Whenever you draw your second card, create a fairy. When it enters... It's an instant, that's an instant. Keep going. Demi-Lich. Oh, hello. Spellcast color or blue lasts to cast for each instant and sorcery this turn. When it attacks, exile up to one target instant or sorcery from graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. You may cast Demi-Lich from your graveyard by exiling 4 instants and sorceries. Okay. I mean, it's not good for our deck, but it's a cool card. Gain control of target legend or legendary permanent. Having that in a fucking land would be really good. Yeah, I'll take that. True polymorph. Target artifact or creature becomes a copy of another artifact or creature, just permanently. That could be useful, but it's a bit too expensive for how we're probably going to be doing a lot of this. Still not quite what I need here. Sorceries, lots of instants. Inga Rune Eyes, Human Wizard. Oh shit. When Inga Rune Eyes enters the battlefield, scry 3. When it dies, draw 3 if 3 or more creatures died that turn. Ooh. Not really that useful for what we're doing, because it's an enchantment and that's harder to copy. Ooh. Creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability for the first time in a turn, counter that spell or ability. That stops us from doing things, though. It seems really strong, but it's stopping, like, our copy effect would get countered from our dudes. Hey, there's a clone. We've been looking for him. Okay. Just dumped like all of our money and all of our stuff, but we've got some goodies to add to our deck. Echoing Truth, Wind Dancer. Yes. Frogify is just good. Power Artifacts. I mean, infinite and colorless mana with Basalt, whatever the fuck. Whimsy. I need to see what the fuck this does. So it's going in. Switch Power and Toughness. Definitely capable of doing that. Want her in the deck. We want that one in there. Soul Bond for sure. Stunt Double for sure. Lila for sure. Startle Awake is a guarantee. I don't know if Thopter Spy Network is going to be super great for it. It's just a good card, so I got it. We'll toss it in, why not? Control of enchanted creature, gain control of legendary. Nykthos is just good. You're already in the deck. Gets us up to 20 so far. Still nothing great for copying. Okay. Reliquary Tower. Soul Ring for sure. I don't think we need blood. Commander's Plate's just good, especially in 5 color. Or in 1 color. 5 color, Jesus. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, attach it. Ooh. It's actually kind of useful. And we need to look through here for things that have good effects that we would want added. Can't be blocked is not gonna help. Ingenuity counter wouldn't be bad, but we also don't... I don't think we have any... We're not doing too many artifacts. We could make a little bit of an artifact subtype here. Hold on. Elixir of Immortality. Keep me from decking out. Cause didn't we get a Chroma's fucking thing? 7 man, we gotta get up to the 7. Yeah, Chroma's Memorial. Stuffy Doll's good. Tiny Pain is good. That's only on enter. That's on attack. Don't really need a draw card. Look at one card at random from target player's hand. If it's not a land, they choose to either discard it or pay life equal to casting cost. If it is a land, they discard it or pay 1 life. That could be good to have on a land. We're gonna need a lot of artifact copies. Tax, that doesn't help. We could grab Tome of the Infinite in here. Assault Monolith, we definitely want that after getting the other thing. Burnished Heart is just good because it's mana ramp. Mind Magus, I will definitely take you. We're not really untapping, so we don't want to do Strixhaven Stadium. Commander's Sphere, no-brainer. Manolith, no-brainer. Mind Stone, I just like. Lightning Greaves, Thought Vessel, Swiftfoot. Prismatic's a little more than I think. Well, 2 mana Rock's hard to pass up on, honestly. Sky Diamond, another 2 mana rock. Equipment doesn't really help a ton. Arcane Signet's a no-brainer. Because I don't think we can equip... I mean, maybe we could equip a fucking land to someone. I guess I don't see why you couldn't. Okay. Let's get everything back in here, and then let's get back to seeing if we can find good abilities. Can't be blocked. Return a permanent. Exile from a graveyard, not helpful. We don't want instants or sorceries, not right now at least. No effects, just some artifacts. Not really what we need. Not helpful. Creature deals combat damage to a... Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, fuck. Whenever a spirit or a card from Disturb or with Disturb is put into a graveyard, put a counter on it, not helpful. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3, then if you have no cards, exile it, put 5 from grave on top of library. Rolling a d20 could be okay. Shriek Geist does combat damage to a player, but no. Enters. Whenever you draw a card, you may have target player mill a card. That's, I mean, sure, why not? We should make sure we have that in our other zombie deck, because that'd be pretty good there. Not unlock till end of turn, but that's for it, not for someone else. Phyrexian Atlas, Circuit Mender. None of those. Untap a creature with a 1/1 counter on it. Ooh. That could actually be kind of useful. They block with flying, not helpful. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, incubate X, where X is the mana value. That's pretty solid. We'll toss you in. Honestly, draw. Yeah, just like in the 99. One target creature, that's on enter again. Red creature spells and green creature spells are more to play, sure, why not? Enchanted creatures put into the graveyard, return that creature to play. Cast a merfolk. I'm not really doing merfolk. Flanking, damage, flying. Draw card, discard on enter. Phantom Warrior's unblockable. Wall of Frost blocks the creature, doesn't impact, not gonna help. We need some stuff with some more lasting effects here. I already looked at all the artifacts, so I'm just gonna get rid of them. It's definitely still an artifact, but okay. I guess we did allow creatures. That could be good. Stunning things every time we cast something big, but I don't know how often we're gonna be doing that. Definitely Wonder. Wonder is just good. And attacks. You may cast spells as though they had flash. Yeah, having that on a creature would be pretty nice. Or on a land. This makes... We definitely don't need slivers right now. Enters and attacks. Enters if you cast it. I don't need your damn fucking illusions to get me fucked up, bro. Draw a card, create a... That could also be really good to have on a land. Stone Raider, Spirit, Flash Flying, a enchantment, and it attacks. Also attack focus. Damage. It's all combat damage. I need some, like, in-place stationary effects. Like this. Instants and sorceries are cheaper, and I draw when I do it. Divers at the top 4 of the library. Put them back in any order. Still not quite what I need. I will add Jason, that's just good. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, target player mills that many. That's many. Ah. Let's get you locked in some lands. Signature spells just seems cool. I don't know what the fucking seek mechanic is. We'll have to see it when we get there. More attacking. Tapping to draw 3 is good. Yeah, I'll take that. Combat damage. Ward 8. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, target creature has base power toughness 8/8. Having that on the land would be good. And an omniscience, why not? Now let's look at the instants and sorceries. See if there's anything worthwhile. An unsummon just is nice. Turn to the permanent you control to its owner's hand. We don't really need you. Target player draws a card at the beginning of the next turn, or... Okay. I think we need more, like, pseudo-control stuff. We don't need just, like, a ton of counter spells. We need, like, bounces, things that can help us maintain a little bit of control. Like, draw cards. Definitely don't have a ton of these. We will get a couple counter spells just for good measure. Control the creature. Okay. Rewind's a good counter spell, I'll just take that one. Cancel. I really need a few. Maybe we can get a few more things, because right now if we put in 36 lands, we would be, or 35 lands. Maybe we do it at 35. I think 35 is a good number to be at. Yeah. Okay, let's add some basic lands. 35 of what card art do we want here? If there's any with the moon in it, that'd be a good one. Oh, what the fuck? Honestly, I want that one just because it's like, what the fuck am I even looking at? Okay. Now we can remove this work in progress here, because I believe this is functional. Let's give it a try real quick. We definitely are missing a lot of pieces that we need, like we need a lot more clone spells. Sure, we'll keep it, why not? Islands. Oh boy. Okay. Got a birdie. Birdie. Nothing we can do right now. We gotta pass another go. Islands. And then we want... where was it? High seas? Red and green. I don't think they're doing either of those. Burnished heart. It's gotta be. We need our mana. Island. Don't have any targeting things, or I would. I think we're just gonna pass through the turn. Fuck. I gotta take it. And we're gonna sack you. Get some islands. Island. Guess human? Probably for Littjara. Oh wait, no, but the copy. Fuck. I think I lose this, yeah. Like I said, these, it's hard to like keep pace with these decks that the enemies are using. Especially with Commander, but We've been going for just about 5 hours now, so I think this is probably as good a place as any for us to call tonight's broadcast. I definitely am having a ton of fun with this game, so we will be continuing it in the future for sure. I just had to take a bit of a break from all the mugenics and all the other stuff we'd been playing lately, and this game's a nice way for me to do that. That being said, though, I hope you lackeys all enjoyed tonight's broadcast. I hope you all have a bloody great night, as always. Just, you know, maybe don't let Electo buy it. She bites hard. And, as always, the most important part, I hope you all be kind to each other, goddammit. Or else. Bye, love y'all. Mwah.